racing. Relentless Rocket out of the gate like a rocket in relentless fashion. That's a 3-length lead in the early stages on Curly D. And outside of that, El Conejo and the investment. But Relentless Rocket will gallop his way to a convincing 1-9 victory. Everybody was off well. From the 6th spot, Relentless Mogul at 9-1 outbroke the field. Delilah came out nicely at 4-1. And between them is Rompe Corazones and also in there Venetian Cowgirl. It's wild down to the wire. 1-3 in a tight one. Delilah. And away they go. Another wonderful start for mostly all of them. Shortly after the start, Spicy Cartel back to last. Meanwhile, your favorite Tio pops nicely. So does Ding Dang Dolce running big on the inside. Outside of that, M&E 1, 2, 3. Ding Dang Dolce in time. They're racing. It's got some consternation between 5, 4, and 3. McGregor popped like a good thing. Outside of that, she's got this. Here comes Sophie. Sophie, the white horse, surging on the outside. 2 and 8 to the line together. McGregor wins at 4-5. In the gate, here come the 2-year-olds. And the racing, slow beginning for Axel Rose, good beginning for Relentless Cachet. And Hollywood is looking to get the spotlight. Outside of that, Del Cartel. Far outside is Jenny D. It's Hollywood. Hollywood prevails 4-7. Racing, and they've broken a line, and Plain Talk soars. Plain Talk avoids all the moderate chop early and sprints away to the lead, gets down to the inside. Desperate Man just had to check and is overtaken by Frosty View. Then we come to Distorted Pro, 5-6 out of it, about to be joined by Classify, who's rolling in. And the one in last is Chromed Impulse, 10 covers them. Frosty View attacks Plain Talk. Frosty View to the outside of that White Horse Plain Talk, and they'll arrive at the top of the stretch together. Desperate Man watching a good one, 6 out of it, and the same distance clear from Classify, and they're coming home now. Desperate Man is trying to join Frosty View. Plain Talk's tired. Outside of that, Chromed Impulse is finishing nicely. Frosty View's just messing around with them, but Chromed Impulse comes surging late. Chromed Impulse got the money in time. And they're racing. Tough beginning for Hidden Spin. Blinkers or not, Hidden Spin pinched back to last. Factor That factors in some early speed, and so does Red Regret. And Red Regret at 13-1 joins the favorite on the early lead. Right behind them, tracking nicely, is Honorable Mischief taking third. Tactical Express would have to win 2 in a row from 6 out of it. Factor That opens up by 3. Factor That, the 9 with a burst of speed, puts 4 on the field. Then we come back to Soundtrack, 8 out of it, and to the outside of Foxy Zora. Then even farther out, Long Shot, Drop Cold. The one in last is Hidden Spin. Factor That leads it, but for how long? Tactical Express closing in, likewise for Honorable Mischief, but Factor That's too good. Factor That just takes that 4-length lead and holds on to a substantial margin, and Factor That wins very, very nicely. Late charge from Smarty Be Good to get second. They're racing. Field sent on the 7-furlong journey. BL's Concerto ridden for speed to the inside and responds in kind. And BL's Concerto leads it by 2. In second, Dexa Dreaming by about a half. Then it's 2 Stormy Oceans out there in the clear. Moonlight Road with those blinkers steadily advancing to 4th, 5 lengths out of it. And to the outside of More Than Easy, Aeromax is last, but only 5 covers them. And they head into the far turn with a little less than a half mile to go. BL's Concerto and G-Rod at 9-1 trying to steal race 8. 2 Stormy Oceans, the 4-5 favorite on the prowl to the outside. 2 Stormy Oceans in the queue, along with Moonlight Road on the 3 wide side. After that, we have Dexa Dreaming, 5 out of it, overtaken by Aeromax, who's out of last and on the move. And the one in last is More Than Easy. Up top, it is BL's Concerto, ridden for everything he has. Far outside, Aeromax swinging into action sweetly. Moonlight Road right there. Then we come to 2 Stormy Oceans and Dexa Dreaming. BL's Concerto still pesky. Outside of that, Aeromax at 3-1. Aeromax, BL's Concerto. Aeromax grinds away a win from BL's Concerto. 2 Stormy Oceans ran third.
Not yet.
In the race aim, From the 5 spot, Clear the Coast looks to take them coast to coast at 3-1, and Clear the Coast speeds up nicely and grabs the lead around the corner. Clear the Coast by 2. In second is Durango. After that, we have the hot favorite Stuck in Snow, stuck to the inside of several right now, about 4 lengths from the lead, saving ground, but nevertheless about 5, maybe 6 out of it, and overtaken or about to be joined by the likes of Leviathan Axe. The one in last is Majestic Kraken. So the 5 head up the Canterbury Park barn side, and now they're covered by 5, and they're chasing the 5 with 5 to go. It is Clear the Coast and Daylor Betios Lopez tugging them along. Stuck in Snow wants to go. Stuck in Snow, the 4 to 5 favorite, creeps up to the inside of the speed, but did not opt to roll through. And in fact, Clear the Coast is attempting to run away again. Stuck in Snow is next to the inside with Leviathan Axe. After that, Majestic Kraken beginning to run on from 5 out of it. And Durango is the last one of the 5 with a quarter of a mile to go. Stuck in Snow rallies on the inside, and Stuck in Snow has taken the lead as they head for home. Leviathan Axe is the gray to the outside of the speed. Clear the Coast, and on the 4 wide side, Majestic Kraken at 5-1. Stuck in Snow is trying to have them all stuck in mud, but Majestic Kraken is surging on the outside. Majestic Kraken shoots and scores. And they're racing, and they've broken a line, and Aniline came out nicely. So did Meredith, and Meredith at 16-1 flashes speed. Then it's Gopher's Axe to the inside of BL40, and the 4 covered by 3, and Aniline leads it by a whisker. It is Aniline to the outside of Meredith, and those 2 slug it out, and Set Duo is about 3 lengths clear from the next pair. BL40 trying to run away from Gopher's Axe. They're off the far turn. Nothing gives between Aniline and Meredith, and BL40 gets a fantastic trip if good enough, and bet down to 3-5 after that last click. Merit and BL40 is favored, and they reach the top of the lane with 3 in a line. Gopher's Axe only 3-4 out of it. In fact, Gopher's Axe now getting into action. We have 4 astern around the turn. BL40 puts away Aniline and Meredith, and now the only one to fear would be Gopher's Axe, but there's nobody to fear for BL40, and BL40 and Eduardo Gallardo, powerhouse to victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your caps as Eric Amundsen sings our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you to see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Very well done, Corey. Welcome to Canterbury Park and Made in Minnesota Day. We are off the turf this Saturday evening, and we start on a muddy main track. If you have your programs handy, the changes are up next. In race number 1, we are again off the turf. The first will be run at 1 mile on the main track. Please scratch number 1, Cocalina. In the first, scratch the 1, Cocalina. Race number 2 is off the turf, 1 mile 70 on the main track. Scratch the 3, Pacific Theater, and scratch the 4, Hidden Profit. Please note a late work for number 5, Requisition. There are no changes in race number 3, the Wally's Choice. And in race number 4, the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks, please scratch the 2, Flatter Me Baby. In the 4th, scratch the 2, Flatter Me Baby. Race 5 is off the turf. They'll go 1 mile on the main track. Scratch the 7, Regal Majesty. Scratch the 8, So Thrilling. In the 5th, scratch number 7, scratch number 8. Race 6 is the $75,000 Minnesota Derby. And in the Derby, scratch number 5, Way Up North. Race 6, scratch the 5, Way Up North. Race 7 is at 5 furlongs on the main track. Scratch the 1, Pareto's Principle, scratch the 3, Schmooze, and scratch the 10, Time Machine. 1, 3, and 10 out of race 7 to be run at 5 furlongs on the main track. And in our final race today, race 8, scratch the 4, 49er Gold. Again, race 8, scratch the 4, 49er Gold. Remember, we are off the turf. The main track will start muddy. And for all the goings-on at Canterbury, everything to set you up for Made in Minnesota Day, Kevin Gorg and Erica Murray are in the studio.
Thank you very much, Angela. We are super excited with jockey Erica Murray, who's got a real live mount tonight, and we'll talk about that here momentarily. We're going to get you baptized into being one of us. We know you're a Ragin' Cajun. We love cheering for you, watching you down Louisiana way when you're not at Canterbury. But to do this, and I know you're a Saints fan, so just trust me on this, for one night and one night only, take that headset off. We are going to make you a Vikings fan. And hopefully Paul Allen is watching this back after calling the game today. Throw on that Teddy Bridgewater and become one of us, if only for the fluffer here as we set up today at the races. I know it can't be easy, but remember, you won the game in 2009. Your team tried to hurt our quarterback, and we're baptizing you, and you look great in that Vikings jersey. Awesome. Okay, so hopefully your friends down south aren't watching. Gary Shear's probably chuckling right now. Let's do this. I want you to channel your inner Minnesotan. You're surrounded every day, morning workouts at the racetrack tonight, by all of us with our accent. And I know the movie Fargo took it a little too far, but Olivia Bethke, Troy Bethke, that barn, you gallop there once in a while. You've got some models here for what you need to do. Channel your inner Minnesotan. It's tater tot hot dish is on the list today as the special to honor Made Minnesota Day.
Oh, for cute.
So, Erica, do you like it?
Oh, you betcha. Darn tootin' I do.
What a talent. All right. So we referenced that you're a big fan of the New Orleans Saints. How do you think they're going to do this year?
Oh, oofda. They will struggle this year. Holy smokes.
Oh, my God. If you ride like you can act, you're going to be in the winner's circle for the Oaks. That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
Well, you're a Minnesota girl. So let's take a look at the trainer standings, the jockey standings. We'll take a look right here. Harry's got a pretty comfortable lead. What I love is, being down there with how competitive everybody is. We get to the final month of racing, which we're getting close to. These standings kind of get magnified. How much is there chatter, whether it's in the jocks room or out on the racetrack, about, hey, I got 3 or 4 live ones. I'm going to take you to school today. Do you guys have that competitive chat?
Oh, absolutely. Especially I find like toward the end of meets, it gets intense. It's stepped up a little bit.
Harry's got that big lead. And again, we got some really good stories this year. Quinones and Padilla have been a thing. As we get to the trainer standings, Tim Padilla literally just having a banner season, trying to catch Jose Silva. And, you got some guys here that are staples, and you ride for a guy in Gary Shear. I've known the Shear family for a long, long time. I love the way Gary handles himself on race day. He hates when we pick his horses, which is fine. We can be a little bit of a jinx sometimes. I respect that. But just a really low-key, down-to-earth guy. When you get down there to ride in any particular race, how nice is it to have that kind of calming influence, because there's a ton of pressure when that gate opens? It's
good. It's when you have a rapport with a trainer, it helps things. Like I know how he likes his horses to be ridden. I kind of, I don't have to question like really myself. It's just, it's a little different once you really work with somebody like that.
We always explain to the fans that the trainer is kind of like the coach, and they can exude confidence and calmness, and I think your guy, Gary Shearer, is one of those guys. So a big part of our celebration today for Made Minnesota Day is we're doing Beer Fest. We got a big crowd. My sister's bringing a big group out here. I'm not a big beer drinker. I'll lay that on the line right on the front side of this conversation. Are you a beer girl, and if so, what's your beer of choice?
I'm not a huge beer drinker. Unless it's Oktoberfest. It's the one day a year. The one day a year I'll do it. But I don't know what I'm drinking. I'm like, give me the German beer.
And you can't go wrong with a good German beer come Oktoberfest time. I'm a Zima guy, and I say that knowing I'm going to get lit up by the crew here. But I love a good Zima. Not quite in vogue anymore. We won't get into that. It's Oaks and Derby Day on Made in Minnesota Day. You've got a mount in race 4. It's a $75,000 race. So these are special moments for the owners, for the trainer, and, of course, for the jockey. Just give us an overall view of Carson's Bay. What type of horse is she?
Well, Carson Bay's classy. I mean, she's proven to be pretty fast, she likes the lead and such. But, a race like this, I'm just going to try to ride the smartest race I can. And I've got to hope that she's here today, she's feeling good, and I believe she is. So
significant scratch of Flatter Me Baby, who you ran into last time. It might have been the other speed, a very deep and talented bunch for $75,000. Some real star power in this race. Where's Maryland already has a giant stakes win to her credit last year. On the Derby side, you don't have a mount, but same type of thing. You've got young, talented horses. The outside two are going to dominate in the wagering, and I'm very curious because I think Towner 2 is probably the better dirt horse. Sushi Man has been brilliant on the turf. He's been good on the dirt. It should be fun to see how they separate themselves because Towner 2 likely comes late. Sushi Man likely goes to the front. Those are two special horses.
Absolutely. And Cody Rosine, I would not leave him out, either one of them today because, I mean, he's been hot lately. So
He has.
Yeah.
He's been unbelievable. So that's the Oaks and the Derby races 4 and 6 today. It should be a really fun day of stakes action as we celebrate everything made in Minnesota. So we've got some cool things up here that represent our state. Bunt cakes are a big deal, Erica, in this part of the country. And so I don't know how to do it, but we have a place in town called Nothing Bunt Cakes. Can you imagine trying to bake? It's like a wheel, right? It looks like a wheel on a vehicle. Do they have these type of things down Cajun country?
I mean, we have bunt cakes, but probably. I mean, this is where they originated. They've got to be.
This is the home.
I mean, this has got to be a place to get them.
Nordic Wear Company from right here. Race day, do you ever think you got to eat your Wheaties? You think you'll be stronger in the saddle?
My goal is to be on that box. Someday.
Tell you what,
yeah.
you win the Oaks of the Derby, and it actually might
All
happen. You
Wheaties.
got to dream big, right?
Yes.
You got to dream big. So Sunday, we do a lot of crazy stuff out here. We're going to do something way, way out there. We're going to have world's largest call to the post. Our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert, brings the energy and the passion every day. He wanted to incorporate our race fans into the biggest call ever. And we're going to hope to have thousands of people bring the horses on the track for race 4. Growing up, I played the ukulele as a kid for a couple years, but then the North Stars got in the Stanley Cup. This is hockey, by the way. And they lost, and I was a brat. And I took my ukulele and I smashed it into 1,000 pieces. My coping skills still have not really changed much. So did you play an instrument as a kid?
I did clarinet.
Oh, heck yeah.
Same thing. Rock star just smashed it.
You got to do it, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Things don't go your way. So
all the big stars do it.
we'll need you to be a part of that. Race 4 Sunday. Fans come out, and who knows, Guinness might be here. We might be on Sports Center. I mean, it's world's biggest call to the post, led by Sir Leonard Dykert. A real treat on Made in Minnesota Day is Spam. Did you know Spam can be breakfast, lunch, or dinner? It's got some versatility to it. You ever had some of this?
I have not.
Oh, you're going to get a parting gift today from Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, our TV producer. This stuff, you fried up properly. Like we had their little mini burgers, sliders we call them, Spam sliders. They were a delicious treat, but you can cut it up, put it in like scrambled eggs. I mean, it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner. It's terrific. Minnesota product. Do not leave Minnesota and go back to Cajun country. And fans, you can also have these sliders. 2 for $10. And it's not just the Spam. Got the barbecue sauce, the onions, the cheese. We dress it up. Before you head back to Louisiana, you better try some Spam. Maybe bring some down there. They can put it in the jambalaya. Now that is thinking outside the box. Yearling sale, August the 24th. I'll be a part of it as always. Looking forward to seeing all the big corporate and small families come together to bid on horses. I don't know the answer to this question. You'll probably know it from all the galloping you've done. At what age do horses first get the opportunity to learn how to be ridden by a jockey?
Well, generally they come to the track at 2 years old. You know, they might go to the farm before that to get broke and stuff, but they don't really start the training and the riding until 2. So
it's got to be unbelievable for you, for the owners, for the trainer. You get a good young horse, a 2-year-old that you think has some talent. You get to go out there, be a part of the process as the horse figures it out during the morning, and eventually goes out there, wins to break the maiden, gets into a stakes race, maybe like Carson Bay today. For you as a jockey, if you're a part of that journey all the way through, and you end up in the winner's circle like on a stakes event, what are the emotions like, not just for you, but for the trainer and the owners that are all there with you?
There's nothing like it. And even if it's at the bottom claiming, if you've taken that horse from like their first eighth to their first break out the gate, you know, and I do a lot of work with babies myself, so it's so fun. It's fun to see them learn, and like maybe that first breeze that they like poke a nose in front. It's just, you know, it builds you up, and it's always like that hope of maybe this will be the one that goes to the stake. Maybe this will be the one that like takes me somewhere. So it's nothing like it. Nothing.
What a thrill. And I don't know if the average race fan understands that your day, most days, starts early in the morning. You guys are out here galloping horses. You're working horses out. And I reference a conversation you had when you got up here about 45 minutes ago with Johnny the Mouse. that you were out jogging the track. It's a super, super humid day. And our racetrack is super conducive for horses, and it's got a deep cushion to it. But for humans running it, it's like running on the beach, a thick beach. How much does that help you on race day to break a sweat, to get the blood pumping? I watched, the Minnesota Wild all winter. These guys are lifting, and they're on a bike right before the puck drops. Athletics has changed. How much does that run around the track help?
Well, for me, it's definitely more mental. I mean, physically, yeah, it gets the blood going, gets me kind of warmed up. But for me, I get out there and I am literally imagining my race as I'm going. I'm taking each eighth and I'm thinking, where will I be in my race? And it just gets me mentally in a good place.
Last test for you.
Okay.
A Raging Cajun, to at least for one day be a Minnesotan like us. As well as you can you take your two hands like this, bang them together and yell "Skol"? Just do it real quick.
Skol.
Yes. Remember the Minneapolis Miracle? Your football coach, Sean Payton, tried that. It didn't end well for him. Fans, Pick 5 could end well for you today if you hit it. Thousands upon thousands of dollars up for grab. It starts in race 4, that 10% takeout, lowest in the nation, and both the Derby and the Oaks are a part of the Pick 5. I'll have a ticket for you. It's going to be a great day. Erica Murray can do it all. She can analyze a race, she can talk like a Minnesotan, and she can take Spam down to Cajun country and whip up some jambalaya. What a girl she is. Up next, you're going to head down to the Canta Theater in the paddock. We call it Today at the Races. We'll preview it all with Jeff Madej and Angela Herman.
And here we are. Welcome to Canterbury Park Today at the Races. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. We're here to take a look at today's races and all sorts of other things because it is Made in Minnesota night at the races where we celebrate all things Minnesota, including Minnesota-bred 3-year-olds, boys and girls, going long in the Oaks and the Derby. But we also like to look at a lot of Minnesota-made products, Minnesota-made people. You're one of them. I'm one of them. Kevin's one of them. Erica was not one of them.
Erica is not one of them, and you could see the pain that it might have taken to root on the Vikings in any way, shape, or form. But she's a good sport. She kept Kevin on his toes, and it was the perfect way to lead us into Made in Minnesota Day. But you can see all around us, and perhaps right in front of us, that Spammy has joined us for the day
Spammy.
as well. Yes, one of the Minnesota products that will be showcased today is the lovely Spam, and Spammy here to represent for the Spam, and that's in the Spam sliders as well. I know he probably doesn't want to see this. This is one of his counterparts from previous time, but those sliders, 2 for $10. And just another highlight to the day. Oh, the bees even love them. That's yummy.
Thank you, Spammy. Thanks
Yes,
for joining us.
thank you.
Spammy will be around. You can get some selfies taken with Spammy, or make sure you have your picture taken, talk to him, and get yourself a can of Spam or some Spam sliders. But I love Spam, and this looks like could be a late-night snack when I get home tonight.
Okay. Well,
Along with this,
this is.
one of the best beers in Minnesota, a Summit Extra Pale.
I mean, it honestly is so
Ale.
hot out here today. I might crack into that before it gets too warm
I've been
itself.
drinking Summit for like 40 years.
You haven't had a Summit for 40
No, I've been drinking it for maybe
Oh.
not 40. Let's say 35 years. It's a fantastic
yeah.
beer.
Don't date yourself like that. But okay.
It's Minnesota. It's our beer
Nerve-wracking.
festival,
This is
right? Made in
incredibly
Minnesota
nerve-wracking.
Beer Festival as well. And if you haven't bought your tickets yet, you can do so right over here. But there are, you and I walked by the tents here, and there's many more than down here in the paddock.
I'm gonna have to take a moment and throw these away.
Super tempted to drink that. Get rid of the bees. Super tempted to hit some of that beer. Now I'm going to say Summit's my favorite, but I could easily be convinced if someone brought me another brand of beer. And it's a weekend, so there's no chance that the Human Resources Department is here either. We're going to look at the card tonight. We've got 8 races. As Angela mentioned when she did the changes, we're off the turf. So all the races will be run on the main track. We'll wait for an update on the condition of the main track. It's somewhere between muddy and fast, I would guess.
I'm going to guess that it's going to be fast, probably part of the way through the card. As we mentioned, it's warm out. There's a little bit of a breeze, but the sun has come out. And that was the big difference from this morning when we did get those storms. It has heated right back up into a quality little dog day of the summer. And we got 8 races to go with it. You know, we are off the turf, but minimal scratches to go with it. Oh, okay. Start things off in the first. Jeffrey, we are off the turf in this one. Scratch the one. Cocalina. Distance is okay, so we're left with 5, and somebody is going to be a winner for the very first time.
I like the 2 Airmail Flyer in this spot. I thought even had it been on the turf, I liked Airmail Flyer. I just think it's the horse that's in the best form right now, has never dropped down for a tag. So I like horses that have been racing all along in Maiden Special Weight Company. Seems to be a lightly raced horse, a young horse who's improving. No secret, 9 to 5 on the morning line. I think that's your winner.
Well, I think that Airmail Flyer and It's Miles have raced together a few times, and usually It's Miles ends up outclosing Airmail Flyer. But last time, I have no idea what happened. Constantino Roman is going to be back in the saddle on him. He had got some of the better races out of It's Miles, but this is the one that changed probably the most moving over to the main track. I think Mo Dingers moves up big time, and maybe Shankopotamus does too, because he's run better on the dirt. But there's a very distinct lack of true pace horses in this one, so it might become more of a rider's race, and it could make a very interesting way to start the day.
So who do you have in the opener then?
I have the 5. It's Miles, but
Really?
I'm a
Off
little
of
tepid with
42 3/4 lengths loss.
I don't know what happened that day. You know, he was in the outside post. I thought he was keeping up with the group, and just went right back to last, and he just stayed there. So
You're bold.
hopefully that was
Very-
just a bad day for him. I don't know. We can't ask the horse. The horse isn't going to talk.
No,
so
you're not afraid to take a horse that looks like it's in bad form, turn it around, and get a big price. Race 2, also off the turf. Scratch the 3 and the 4. I didn't really factor those in on the turf, so it doesn't bother me that they're out. I like the 1 Supreme Dominance in here. The Nick Goodwin barn headed the right direction right now, winning races left and right.
Oh, yeah, everything that they send out is live, and Supreme Dominance proved that. I mean, they took the exacta in that race, and obviously this horse is rolling right along right now. He would probably like a little faster track than he might see, but it's run well on a wet surface. I took him 3rd, and I put Mr. Fabricator on top just because he has had quite the meet, and I think that Mr. Fabricator really wasn't intended to run on the turf, and I would be surprised if he would have stayed in, but being to the outside, having Alonso in the saddle, I just think that he's going to make them come and catch him, and I don't think they will.
No, and I like the fact that Jose Silva Jr. claimed the horse back, right? Lost it, two
Yep.
races back, took it right back, puts it back where it belongs. That horse is all about speed. I'm just hoping someone hooks it, because if not, then Supreme Dominus is going to have a hard time running that one down. But I like your pick, and I go 1-7-6. So I think I would use both of those if I was playing a pick 3. That would be my approach in that particular race. Race 3 starts a pick 4, however, 50-cent pick 4. This is the Wally's Choice Allowance. Big-time horses here, including the Alligator Hunter, who draws the rail. He's the 4th in all-time earnings at Canterbury Park. That's pretty impressive. The Alligator Hunter could run on blacktop and still be super, super fast.
Yes, he could, and he could run short and long, and he's going to go long today. That's not, I guess, what my ideal for the Alligator Hunter. This is just what comes up, and that's the great thing about him. That's why we do see him so often, is he can put him into different spots like this. And the other horse from the same camp, Out of the Dark, is very live in here too. Pete Matson has had some very big Minnesota-centric days, whether it be Made in Minnesota Day, whether it be Festival of Champions Day. Those horses are ready to roll, and I think that the Alligator Hunter and Out of the Dark will be in probably a similar spot early. I'm just going to take some of the back class and hope that maybe Gator's on his game on the inside.
You know, it's Minnesota Derby night, and the reigning Minnesota Derby champion is number 2 Street Warrior in this race. This horse has got all sorts of talent as well, so I'm really looking forward to Alligator Hunter and Street Warrior in a matchup, because I think those are two of the best horses on the backside right now.
Absolutely. And he did win the Derby last year. He's going to have to go a little quicker earlier than he probably did in the Derby, but we'll find out how he has grown now that he is a little bit older horse, and how he can ration his speed, because that was a little bit of an issue going longer last year, but he is a very, very talented individual.
It's our first chance to really celebrate the best Minnesota breds, because that's what we're doing here tonight. Minnesota breds, Minnesota products, including Skippy. Now, do you ever make like a Thai peanut sauce?
No, I do not.
You don't cook on your... Well, I do, and you know what peanut butter I use to make
I don't cook. No. This is not one of my favorite foods, and I will catch all kinds of strays for it up in the press box for not liking peanut butter, but no, it's not my thing.
I'm going to invite you over for some Thai peanut sauce sometime on... you make
Just
some noodles.
sauce?
No, you make some...
Just take spoons of it at a time?
some noodles of some sort, and it's really, really good. I'm just telling
Okay,
you.
race
So there you
4.
go. And we'll have some Summit, and if that doesn't work, it'll be some spam.
Yeah, write down all this stuff about the Thai peanut sauce, so
Well, I can give you-
it'll get you through the day.
I'll put the recipe on my TikTok page.
Okay, come on. Back to the Oaks.
All right,
Come
the
on.
Oaks, race 4, scratch the 2, Flatter Me Baby. Huge scratch, because Flatter Me Baby and Carson Bay were likely to be the early pace. Does this just open things up now for Carson Bay?
I still think that the outside 2 runners from the Mac Robertson stable aren't going to let Carson Bay get away. That would just be my guess. I think Carson Bay is probably faster than both of them naturally, but it's just if she cannot get comfortable on the lead, and I don't know if she can. There's not a lot of established route form in here. Any of it really that has been done on the turf, but a lot of these fillies, even while sprinting, have shown speed and been at their best on the lead. Vintage Port, I know you like a little bit. Wildcat Mini and Where's Maryland have shown a bit more tractability, and that's what led me to having more interest in those. And Where's Maryland is where I ended up on top. She has just 2 wins from 7 starts, but she really shows up when the big spot is in play. So I'm hoping that she stays a decent price, and I think Jermaine will probably work out a very good trip for her, saving some ground and waiting for some horses to get very tired on the front end.
Yeah, we saw that race the same way, I think. We just ended up with different horses that are come from off the pace. You have Where's Maryland. I like Vintage Port, but I do think Carson Bay at some point will be on the lead, and then she's the one that you're going to have to catch. All right, race number 5, off the turf. 1 mile on the main track. Scratch the 7, Regal Majesty, and scratch the 8, So Thrilling. That bee really likes you.
It needs to get out of here.
Where's
Makes for
Sunshine
terrible
with a
TV.
giant fly swatter? I really, this race I think is extremely challenging for me. You know, Bayou Candy figures in here. I think Hippie Trail, who comes in from Iowa for Kevin Eckelberry, and he always sends live horses up here. I think Hippie Trail has a really good chance to stretch out, never has stretch out around 2 turns, bred to go a distance, and has that kind of speed that puts that one right into the mix. I think she's live. I go 6, 2, and 4 in here, Ange.
In the 5th, I went 2, 5, and 3.
Bayou Candy.
Yep, Bayou Candy on top.
All right.
Help.
That's here comes Mouse with some spray. Race number 6, 1.70 miles on the main track. It's the $75,000 Minnesota Derby, and everyone, I mean everyone, is talking about number 7, Sushi Man.
And Sushi Man really looks like he's been pointed for this race for quite some time, in getting him all two-turn experience this year on the dirt, on the turf, really, and getting him ready for a big spot like the Canterbury Derby and then come right back in the Minnesota Derby. He's got seasoning, he's got speed, he's got a good post position, he's got Harry Hernandez in the saddle. You just find too many reasons to like him to pick against him. So I'm going to take it 7, 8, and 3 in the Derby.
Yeah, I go 7, 8, and 2. Flying Martini, another one from the Rosine barn, who has shown speed, but is not going to have the kind of Sushi Man speed. So going to have to work out a little bit of different trip, but I think that horse can press too. But it's all about Sushi Man. That would be the anchor if I was going to play the pick 3, which starts in race number 6. Another race off the turf, race number 7. It's going to be 5 furlongs on the main track. Scratch the 1. Also scratch the 3 and scratch the 10. Time Machine win trip for me. Mac Robertson, Lopez Barrios Lopez aboard. I don't think we get 5 to 1 here, though.
No chance. No. I like him too. I know of a couple other people that like him, especially with the move to the main track. I actually kind of liked him for the turf. There's a lot of full siblings in this family out of 5-star Swank, a lot of them by 3-hour nap, and they either love it or they hate it. I mean, Cinco Star is a horse that's related to Win Trip that absolutely loved the turf, but I don't even think tried it until late in his 3-year-old year or his 4-year-old year. I was interested because I thought he'd be a price then. I don't think he will be now. And if he blows it at the break like he did last time, I mean, he stumbled. I know that it says that he broke on top, but he did stumble pretty bad. He recovered, but that took enough out of him, I think, off the bench. 8, 4, and 9.
Right, and that class drop is not a worry to me because last year this is where the horse ran, was at 7,500. People are going to think that there's something, that they're dropping it for a reason. They're dropping it to win Trip, the one to beat. Race number 8, it's the finale. Double Echo. Kelsey Haar, Martin Escobar, who's having, he was a former jockey, or he is a former jockey, right?
Yeah.
Worked for trainer Burnell Roan in his barn for a long time. Learned a lot of things along the way from that Hall of Fame trainer. He's having a good meet as well. He's sending some horses out that are sharp. I think Double Echo here, the horse to beat.
Well, and one that can handle 7 furlongs and drew an inside post. If you have not seen one of our 7 furlong races this year, there's a brand new chute that's over in this corner of the track instead of, where it used to be for 6.5 races. And in those 7 furlong races, they basically start in the first turn. And it's crucial to be towards the inside to where you can save some ground. And even if you don't have speed, you naturally find yourself a little closer. And all of that plays really well into Double Echo's hands. He has handled everything that's going to be thrown at him today before.
Yeah, I go 2, 3, and 5 in race 8. The horses, they will be in the paddock here shortly. We've got all sorts of things going on tonight at the track. We've got great racing. We've got really good food. It's Beer Fest. If you want to get involved in that, there's a little upgrade to get yourself the Beer Fest tickets, but you can wander around and check out all the tents. They'll give you samples. Stay cool, stay hydrated. Check out the Spam sliders. Check out... I don't know where you can get the Skippy peanut butter, but somewhere we're selling it somewhere.
Well, yeah, Jeff's house, Jeff's
site.
kitchen, and
I
if you
got
would like
time to go up to the kitchen and
any
make some.
Thai peanut sauce that you would like, leave an RSVP.
Come on over, but have a great time. We're really grateful that you're here at Canterbury Park tonight. We're going to have fun. Lots of stuff going on. A lot of Minnesota trivia that the Mouse has worked out. We're going to celebrate ourselves. Most of us here are from Minnesota. Let's celebrate tonight. Have a great time. Best of luck. We'll see you at the windows.
The sweet stylings of Sir Leonard Dykert brings him onto the track for the first here at Canterbury Park. Off the turf tonight. Main track still listed at muddy, but keep an eye for changes as the track continues to dry out. In the first race, we offer Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, a $2 double, a $1 pick 3, and race 1 also starts the 50-cent early pick 4. If you pick the winners of races 1, 2, 3, and 4, you collect the prize, pick 4, and race number 1 with a scratch of Cocalina, the 1. With that, we welcome you to racing here from Canterbury Park on this beautiful Saturday. Our racing is presented by Continental Diamond and the Minnesota Lottery. Don't forget to stop by the casino on the main level. It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Texas Hold'em, blackjack, and so much more in that beautiful air-conditioned facility. First race, early pick 4 on the main track, and we're just 2 minutes away. Good luck, everybody. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. We're inside 1 minute to the lid lifter in that pick 4. Canterbury wants to take the time to thank our sponsors all season long. They include Apple Autos, Tri-State Bobcat, Jim Beam, John Deere, Quick Trip, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, the Minnesota Lottery, Anheuser-Busch, and of course, Pepsi. And tonight, in attendance, we have some special groups, including Bob Imker's 80th celebration, Faye's Electric Outing, Sacred Heart JC's. Hey, it's Heather's 50th birthday party. Abija's Whiskey and Horses, and Sherry's Birthday Bash. You can put your group on track all season long. Head to CanterburyPark.com for the details and special deals. As the horses get sent to link up with the starting crew and join the gate, Airmail Flyer, the 2, is currently 4-5. Get those bets in. Almost there. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race number 1, made in Minnesota night. The Minnesota Oaks and Minnesota Derby still on tap. Turned out to be a beautiful night. Thanks for joining us here and watching us throughout the country. A 5-pack looking to break their maiden, these Minnesota breds. This race being taken off the turf. It's Miles, and Shankopotamus will be the last in line. Good luck, everybody. There in the gate. And they're off. It's Miles. Took a flyer out of the gate and quickly assumes control. From the outside comes Shankopotamus as they run by the judges and bend into that first turn. Airmail Flyer is scraping paint in third. Then we come back to West Dakota. At the back of the field is Mo Dingers, just 5 lengths from front to back. It's a compact field as they head up for their journey on the backstretch, and It Smiles will dictate the tempo and lead it by a length and a half. Kelsey Har and Shankopotamus shading that one. Inside is Airmail Flyer. West Dakota, 3 wide, and right there, just a length and a half off that leader. And it's a gap of 3 lengths back to Mo Dingers, who will have to hit the home run from 5 lengths off the front. A dawdling opening quarter mile that goes in 25-1. It's Miles leading it by a measured length. Shankopotamus has been chasing that one throughout the early stages. West Dakota now up into third. Airmail Flyer patiently ridden on the inside, and still nothing from Mo Dingers. They went 49-3 as they bend around that far turn, and It's Miles trying to lead every step of the way and opening up now to a 2-length lead. Shankopotamus and Kelsey all out in second. West Dakota feeling the heat. Mo Dingers is out of last and starting to close in as they bend to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and It's Miles with theft on the agenda, leading it from Shankopotamus and Kelsey on the outside into that final furlong. It's Miles, then Constantino Roman, straight and strong and leading still. They took the lead early. They lead every step of the way. Flag fall to That's All. It's Miles, a maiden no more. Unofficial order up on the board, 5, 6, 4, and 2. It's Miles. Clean break, right to the lead and never looked back. That finishing time, 141.36. Hang on to those tickets until the bell rings, and it's soon to be official. In fact, there it is. Race 1, official and cashable. $6.60 for your $2 win ticket on It's Miles. The Chris Dolman Exacta 5 and 6 paid $9.60. That 10-cent superfecta, $3.42. The 50-cent trifecta returned $10.25. A steamy Saturday here in Shakopee. We had that big rain come through this morning, but it's a gorgeous night for racing. Miles will get a nice bath after executing his toils perfectly here in the first. Don't forget about the Continental Diamond Date Night Package available. You can elevate your next date night. It's every Saturday. Limited Continental Diamond Date Night packages include reserved clubhouse seating, dinner, and wine, and a trip to the paddock along with a trip to the winner's circle. Find those tickets for date night at CanterburyPark.com. Career start number 8 tonight for the good-looking It's Miles. And we'll celebrate now together with the connections in that winner's circle. It's Miles is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Dialed In out of It's Tamarino. Foaled in Minnesota by the owner, Jack Gugesberg. The winning trainer is Joel Burnt. And the winning pilot tonight, with a heady ride, it's Constantino Roman. Congratulations to the victorious connections of It's Miles. Race 2, again off the turf tonight. In race 2, we scratched the 3 and the 4, and we've got 21 minutes to post. They're off. It's Miles took a flyer out of the gate and quickly assumes control. From the outside comes Shankopotamus as they run by the judges and bend into that first turn. Airmail Flyer is scraping paint in third. Then we come back to West Dakota. At the back of the field is Mo Dingers, just 5 lengths from front to back. It's a compact field as they head up for their journey on the backstretch, and It's Miles will dictate the tempo and lead by a length and a half. Kelsey R. and Shankopotamus shading that one. Inside is Airmail Flyer. West Dakota, 3 wide, and right there just a length and a half off that leader. And it's a gap of 3 lengths back to Mo Dingers, who will have to hit the home run from 5 lengths off the front. A dawdling opening quarter mile that goes in 25 and 1. It's Miles leading it by a measured length. Shankopotamus has been chasing that one throughout the early stages. West Dakota now up into third. Airmail Flyer patiently ridden on the inside, and still nothing from Mo Dingers. They went 49 and 3 as they bend around that far turn, and It's Miles trying to lead every step of the way and opening up now to a 2-length lead. Shankopotamus and Kelsey all out in second. West Dakota feeling the heat. Mo Dingers is out of last and starting to close in as they bend to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and It's Miles with Theft on the agenda, leading it from Shankopotamus and Kelsey on the outside into that final furlong. It's Miles, then Constantino Roman, straight and strong and leading still. They took the lead early. They lead every step of the way. Flag fall to That's All. It's Miles, a maiden no more.
It's Miles is our first winner of Made in Minnesota Day, and congratulations to the connections, including trainer Joel Byrne. Now we go on to race number 2, and in this second race, we will go a mile and 70 yards in this one. Please scratch the 3, scratch the 4 out of here. So we're left with a group of 5. Betting menu remains intact, and we'll start on the inside with Kevin's pick. Kevin chose Supreme Dominance in here. And Supreme Dominance is coming from one of the hottest barns at the racetrack, trying to get 2 wins in a row. Last time, he pulled a 14-1 upset. Right now, you get 6-5. Quite the discrepancy there, but Supreme Dominance has shown versatility and has shown that he does like the main track. Now, he's only run over a wet surface once, but it is drying out pretty quickly down there. I think Supreme Dominance and all of those races that he does have behind him will definitely leave him with a little bit more gas in the tank than some of his competition. But Mike Galante has run a lot recently, too. It's just been all on the turf. Mike Galante does not have the most outstanding record on the main track. However, when there is a bit of moisture in it, he has run better. And Mike Galante has been coming around a bit more lately. The last time that we saw him at Canterbury, he was a winner last year. But this year, he's been just picking up some pieces late. And I'm not sure how much pace there's going to be in here. Mike Galante used to show a bit more speed than he has these days. So might be up against it from that standpoint. But they are actually handling the heat down here quite well. I wanted to get a look at everybody in here. Now, the 5-horse Requisition is going to run at Canterbury for the first time, at least in quite a while. He's been in Nebraska all year. He's been running pretty well, too. Requisition has been picking up checks both at Fauner and in Lincoln. However, Requisition is right now 4-1 on the board. He's been much bigger prices in recent history. I would just want a little bit more for a horse that hasn't quite dipped his toes in up here. He knows how to win. This horse has done so usually from pretty close to the pace. That will come in handy for him. But just being kind of an unknown entity on here, I'd want a little bit more money on him than 4-1. But in a 5-horse field, that might just be what you have to take. Kids Inheritance was my choice on the turf. I had to switch it going to the main track just because Kids Inheritance is 1 for 11 doing so. He picks up a lot of checks, and Kids Inheritance I thought was in a really good spot when they were on the turf. I thought he'd stay pretty close, and he should. It's just the last time that we saw him in the mud, he got pretty tired late, and that was just in the beginning of July. Now he does have some more seasoning to him. I know Kids Inheritance should be more fit now. It's just going back in recent history in some of his wet track races and even just the main track in general, they stick out as a whole lot different from his turf races, and he is still taking money at 5-2. Now, the outside horse is the one that I switched to. We'll see how Mr. Fabricator handles things now. He has switched hands quite a bit recently. You can see he got claimed 2 starts ago. That means bought out of his race 2 starts ago and then claimed back by that same barn for this spot. Obviously, they saw something they liked with Mr. Fabricator, and that was probably the win after the win after the win. Now, he had provided some pace for his stablemates in recent time, too, so don't hold those ones against him. He still looks very good down here in the paddock. Looks like he is handling the heat quite well, and I think that he and Alonso Quinones might control things right from the start, and right now they're 4-1. Not bad for a horse who's had quite the campaign thus far already at Canterbury this summer. It's a good little group, and 5 of them head out to the track for race number 2. They got pick 3s, doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers for your wagering pleasure. Remember, this one is off the turf. Distance is okay on the main track. They're headed out there right now. We are 8 minutes to post.
The call to the post brings the horses onto the track for race number 2. Do note the main track now has been upgraded to good. Main track now good. We are off the turf here. Scratch the 3 Pacific Theater and the 4 Hidden Profit. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and rolling pick 3 as we roll on this gorgeous Saturday night. And race 2 at the gate and ready to rock in 6 minutes.
Come in behind them here. Perfect. The camera's up there on the glass. If you see it up on the wall, so you stand behind it.
I'm supposed to see the question though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that should be good. You can still see the screen.
I'll make it work.
Maybe. Or maybe just like walk by with it and then walk back, like showing it in camera.
All right, fans, drawing your attention down to the winner's circle. It's time for some Made in Minnesota trivia to celebrate our Minnesota Day at the races. Our contestant is ready to rock and roll. We've got the questions loaded up. Prizes include a beautiful T-shirt, 6 cans of Spam for the first question, a daily double pack for question 2, and a Summit beer bucket for question 3. Are we ready? Name and
Yes.
where you're from.
I'm Ben from Holly, Minnesota.
All right, here we go, Ben. Question number 1. With the Spam and the T-shirt, which member of the STEAM team was not born in the great state of Minnesota? A. Angela Herman, B. Paul Allen, C. Yours truly. Ben?
B. Paul Allen.
Is he right? Hey! Gets the prize, T-shirt, and 6 cans of Spam. On to question number 2. We'll see if he can sweep it and get all the prizes. Question 2, Ben. Which of these popular products were not invented in Minnesota? The Apple computer, Post-it notes, or C, Tonka toys? A, Apple computer, B, Post-it notes, C, Tonka toys, which was not invented here in Minnesota.
The Apple computer.
Let's see if he's right. Boom, 2 for 2. Daily double pack now in play. One more, and Ben sweeps all 3 prizes right out the door. Question number 3. Which beer is made in Minnesota? A, Miller, B, Budweiser, or C, Summit? Ben?
Summit. And I've got a case of it in our hotel room.
Look at this. Can he sweep the prizes? Yes, indeed. 3 for 3. Give Ben a round of applause. He's a true Minnesotan, and he's surrounded by those beautiful mascots. 1 minute now. 1 minute to race 2. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Fans, don't forget the official vehicle supplier here to Canterbury Park is Apple Autos. They offer real horsepower, and they have 5 convenient locations. Apple Ford Shakopee, Apple Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram right here in Shakopee as well, Apple Used Autos, Apple Ford Lincoln in Apple Valley, and Apple Chevrolet down in Northfield. Inside a minute, last chance to get those bets in. Don't get shut out. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 2. Inside horse, Supreme Dominance, favored at 4-5. Outside horse, Mr. Fabricator, second choice at 5-2. The bookenders taking most of the wagering. Minnesota Oaks and Minnesota Derby on the card. They'll both be in that pick 5, which starts in race 4. Start getting those pick 5 tickets together. That 10% takeout here at Canterbury Park. The speedy Mr. Fabricator will be the last in line. Good luck, everybody. There in the gate. And they're off. Field came off to a perfect dispatch, and Mr. Fabricator, with that patented early lick, quickly opens up a 2-length lead. Kids Inheritance, the field's lone Minnesota bred, content to chase that one from second. Then the favorite Inside, Supreme Dominance, just 3 lengths off those leaders. They run past the judges and bend around that turn. Requisition is second last, just 4 lengths from the front. At the tail of the field is My Calante. Again, small field, very compact in their running. Just 5 lengths from front to back again, 24 flat for the opening quarter mile. And the Q and Mr. Fabricator lead it, but they lead it by a diminishing half length. Outside is Kids Inheritance. Supreme Dominance getting a perfect stalking trip from third. Gap of 3 back to Requisition. Another length back to My Calante. Still just 5 lengths from tip to tail. 48-1 for the half. It's a pressured half mile for Mr. Fabricator, and Kids Inheritance is putting the heat on. In fact, Kids Inheritance is poking those white blinkers in front. Mr. Fabricator comes right back at him, and Supreme Dominance is trying to reap the benefits as the jockey looks to sweep the early double. Requisition has got 6 to make up, and nothing yet from Mike Calante. And around the turn, here comes the complexion as it changes, and Supreme Dominance takes a short lead. But Mr. Fabricator is game and runs with that one as they charge down the Canterbury stretch. Nostril to nostril, outside Supreme Dominance, inside Mr. Fabricator, and into the final furlong they go. And Supreme Dominance living up to the name. And Constantino Roman brings the brooms tonight, and he sweeps that early double, 1-7-2. .144.37 is your finishing time. Unofficial order is posted up on the board at 1-7-2 and 5. Not quite official. Hold those tickets. Race 2 official and cashable, $3.40 for your win ticket on Supreme Dominance. The 50-cent try paid $6.50. That 10-cent super, $1.87. The 5-1 double for $2 returned $11.40. And the Tim Young, no toques here, the $1 exacta 1 and 7 is cashable as the favorites run first and second here in race 2. Connections gathering in the winner's enclosure as we celebrate the victorious Supreme Dominance. Supreme Dominance is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Twirling Candy out of More Than Just Hello, foaled in Kentucky. The winning owners are Thunderstride Racing. The winning trainer, the red-hot Nick Goodwin. And sweeping the early double, jockey Constantino Roman. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Supreme Dominance. Main track again listed at good. No scratches in the Wally's Choice allowance, which is on deck. And we'll be set for the third event in 21 minutes. They're off. Field came off to a perfect dispatch, and Mr. Fabricator, with that patented early lick, quickly opens up a 2-length lead. Kids Inheritance, the field's lone Minnesota bred, content to chase that one from second. Then the favorite inside, Supreme Dominance, just 3 lengths off those leaders. They run past the judges and bend around that turn. Requisition is second last, just 4 lengths from the front. At the tail of the field is My Calante. Again, small field, very compact in their running. Just 5 lengths from front to back again. 24 flat for the opening quarter mile. And the Q and Mr. Fabricator lead it, but they lead it by a diminishing half length. Outside is Kids Inheritance. Supreme Dominance getting a perfect stalking trip from third. Gap of 3 back to Requisition. Another length back to My Calante. Still just 5 lengths from tip to tail. 48 and 1 for the half. It's a pressured half mile for Mr. Fabricator, and Kids Inheritance is putting the heat on. In fact, Kids Inheritance is poking those white blinkers in front. Mr. Fabricator comes right back at him, and Supreme Dominance is trying to reap the benefits as the jockey looks to sweep the early double. Requisition has got 6 to make up, and nothing yet from My Calante. And around the turn, here comes the complexion as it changes, and Supreme Dominance takes a short lead. But Mr. Fabricator is game and runs with that one as they charge down the Canterbury stretch. Nostril to nostril, outside Supreme Dominance, inside Mr. Fabricator, and into the final furlong they go. And Supreme Dominance living up to the name. And Constantino Roman brings the brooms tonight, and he sweeps that early double, 1-7-2.
Supreme Dominance gets bet down late and lives up to the hype, and Constantino Roman sweeps the early double. Congratulations to Thunderstride Racing and trainer Nick Goodwin. Holy cow, they are on a heater right now. We'll go to the third. This is a nice group of Minnesota breds. Why wouldn't they be out here for this allowance? And we have a couple from Pete Madsen and the Tim Padilla connection. They were the ROI All-Stars, if you listen to Oracle's write-up in the first half of the season, and they have the Alligator Hunter as well as Out of the Dark. The Alligator Hunter is the current favorite, and he deserves to be. He's got a lot of class to him, a lot of versatility, a lot of speed on the inside, and Alonso Quinones should be able to use that early to at least keep him in position. Last time he was second behind Frosty View pretty much throughout that, but Frosty View is another horse who is absolutely on a tear. He did taste defeat the other night, but not for lack of a good race. Now, the Alligator Hunter is one that gets into some different Minnesota bred spots and usually shows more speed in them, but the Alligator Hunter, I thought, might sit, again, just off the pace because Street Warrior right next door wants to go. And Street Warrior does that, whether he's going short or long, but that was the way that he won the Minnesota Derby last year. It was wire to wire. It was very impressive, and it's the only time that he has gone 2 turns on our dirt, and that's what he's going to do again today. The Street Warrior went pretty slow that day, though. I can't foresee that kind of pace unfolding in here. Just about everybody else in this group has the speed to go quicker than that, and if Street Warrior wants things his own way, he's just going to have to fight a little bit harder early. Both of these two are 9 to 5, makes a lot of sense. They shouldn't be too far apart throughout it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Prince Rama might have been the field's early trailer. He and Harry Hernandez look to pick up another win this season. I mean, they're 2 for 4 thus far, and the other couple, they finished second and third. He has just been running so well, I can see why they would step him up to this particular group. He's just in good form right now. He's another one that can do what Harry Hernandez really wants to early. He does have some speed, but he really hasn't hooked on the front end, hooked and cooked anybody on the front end in quite some time. And it seems with his age, he's relaxed a little bit and become a good tractable horse that can be really, like I said, anywhere that Harry wants him to be early in the race. And he should be a much better price than the inside 2 runners. Right now, that price is 4 to 1. But the field's long shot is Superstar Swank. Didn't really think I'd be saying that, but here he comes by me right now, and Superstar Swank is another one who's looking to put a second win in a row. Last time he was odds on to do so. Today he's the field's long shot. Imagine that. But Superstar Swank likes our main track an awful lot. That's where he's done all of his career damage, including a second in last year's Minnesota Derby behind Street Warrior. But Superstar Swank, he's just been a touch better sprinting, and he's been sprinting all year. I just think that Superstar Swank needs to find a spot to run. You know, he's won plenty of races, including his last one, and maybe this will be another test to see if he's grown up himself into a more tractable horse that can handle 2 turns and turn the tables on Street Warrior. It's not out of the question, but it's just that I would maybe like to see him going a little bit shorter if I was going to put him on top. The 5, Out of the Dark, is the other aforementioned Tim Padilla trainee, and Out of the Dark has had quite a year for himself, and this is one who improved big time when they stretched him out, where he was able to use his speed early on. That's his preferred method of operation, but it's like that for everybody else who is inside too. And Out of the Dark loses Alonso Quinones to the Alligator Hunter. Not really a surprise. More than capable replacement of Rodriguez in the saddle. I just don't know how this horse is going to find a way to save ground. We'll figure out if they go for it right out of the gate or if they take him off the pace, but usually he's been just a little bit better when he's right up there in controlling things. 9 to 2 is the current price on Out of the Dark. Not a bad price, but I wouldn't expect it to last when they get to the gate. This is the start of another pick 4. You can do pick 3s, doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers if you want. This is a nice group of 5 headed out for race number 3. They'll take off in about 8 minutes, but in the meantime, there's a power play coming to you from Mr. Minnesota himself, Kevin Gord.
Sir Leonard Dykert, and the call to the post for the Wally's Choice Allowance. We have another pick 4 available right here. The pick 4 races 3, 4, 5, and 6. We also offer Win Play Show Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and a rolling pick 3. Don't forget, fans, you can join us here tomorrow. It's the largest, we think, ever call to the post. We're trying to set a world record. Buglers, violinists, tubas, pianos, kazoos. What a musical experience, and everyone is welcome to join here tomorrow. You can bring an instrument to Canterbury Park. At the grandstand gate, you receive a free admission pass. And right around race 4, we all gather down trackside and try to create world's largest call to the post. Tickets are available at CanterburyPark.com. That's tomorrow, the 10th of August, world's largest call to the post. The Wally's Choice. Some classy horses here going a mile and a 16th on that good main track. Just 5 minutes to post. Canterbury Park would like to extend a special welcome to the Kerns. K-Money is still celebrating that game-winning three-pointer for Southwest back in the 90s as they upset Woodbury in the sectionals, and his future wife Marina cheering him on along the way. The Kerns right out here at Canterbury Park on Made in Minnesota night. Enjoy your stay at the park, gang. Canterbury faithful, now just 3 minutes. 3 minutes to the Wally's Choice Allowance. Get those bets in. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for the Wally's Choice allowance. Nice duel for favoritism between the inside two. Number 1, the Canterbury Classic, the Alligator Hunter, 7-5 with the Q. Number 2, Street Warrior, 9-5 with the jockey looking to sweep the first 3 races. That's Constantino Roman. They've both loaded in. Prince Rama splitting this field at the gate. Vikings colors for Superstar Swank. And the other Tim Padilla horse, Out of the Dark, completes the lineup. Good luck, everybody. They're in the gate. And they're off. Kind of a slow start for Out of the Dark. Very fast start inside for the Alligator Hunter. Joined by Street Warriors. They run by the judges, and those two quickly open up 4 lengths on Prince Rama. Superstar Swank, second last, and at the back of the pack, the slow starting Out of the Dark. It's the Alligator Hunter and Alonso Quinones, who will run away to lead by a length and a half from Street Warrior, and the hot jock tonight clinging to that one in second. It's a gap of 5 now, back to Prince Rama. Outside of that one is Superstar Swank, and Out of the Dark is trying to get out of last. An opening quarter mile went in 23-2, and the Alligator Hunter leads it by a measured length. Street Warrior right there with that horse. The 2 favorites now have gone 10 lengths clear. And Out of the Dark, sensing the warning call, now up into third with a lot of work to do for those back markers, including Prince Rama and Superstar Swank. They went 46 and 4.5. And the Alligator Hunter, looking for his 17th career victory, leads it by a desperate neck. Street Warrior is right there, a dozen lengths back to the others. These two putting on a show for the fans here on a Saturday night. And Street Warrior puts the neck in front. The ever-game Alligator Hunter right back at him. And Out of the Dark cut the lead down to 5. Top of the Canterbury stretch, Street Warrior leads it from a pesky the Alligator Hunter into that final furlong. Street Warrior, the Alligator Hunter, a classic here into the final football field, and Street Warrior grinding away. A late charge from Out of the Dark. Street Warrior, Out of the Dark is coming. So is the wire. Street Warrior held. Oh my, what a race. Photo sign up on the board. Please hold those tickets. Finishing time was 1:45.59. A spine tingler setting the tone for the stakes action to come. Photo sign is down, and the winner of race number 3, the Wally's Choice allowance, goes to Street Warrior the 2 by a diminishing half length. Jockey Constantino Roman goes boom, 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 and sweeps the early pick 3. 2, 5, 1 and 4, hold them all. The Wally's Choice official and cashable, $4.80 for your win ticket on Street Warrior. 10-cent super pay, $2.09. The Buckle My Shoe 1-2 double, $11.80. The pick 3, the Roman pick 3 for $1, $16.30. The Randy Bush 2-5 exacta for $1, paid $6.80. And that 50-cent try, 2-5 and 1, paid $7 even. Street Warrior now an impressive 5 for 9 on his young career. a homebred for Suzanne Stables. And how about jockey Constantino Roman winning all three to start the card? Let's celebrate the winner here in the Wally's Choice. It's number 2, Street Warrior. Street Warrior is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Barbados out of some Silvergale. Foaled right here in Minnesota by Suzanne Stables, who also own the Warrior. The winning trainer with his second on the card is Joel Burnt. And the winning jockey sweeping the first 3, Constantino Roman. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Street Warrior. On deck, the first of 2 stakes races on the card, the Minnesota Oaks with $75,000 guaranteed and a pick 5 starter. In the 4th, scratch the 2, Flatter Me Baby. Minnesota Oaks and that pick 5 start in 21 minutes. And they're off. Kind of a slow start for Out of the Dark. Very fast start inside for the Alligator Hunter. Joined by Street Warriors. They run by the judges, and those 2 quickly open up 4 lengths on Prince Rama. Superstar Swank second last, and at the back of the pack, the slow starting Out of the Dark. It's the Alligator Hunter and Alonso Quinones, who will run away to lead it by a length and a half from Street Warrior. And the hot jock tonight clinging to that one in second. It's a gap of 5 now, back to Prince Rama. Outside of that one is Superstar Swank, and Out of the Dark is trying to get out of last. An opening quarter mile went in 23 and 2, and the Alligator Hunter leads it by a measured length. Street Warrior right there with that horse. The 2 favorites now have gone 10 lengths clear. And Out of the Dark, sensing the warning call, now up into 3rd with a lot of work to do for those back markers, including Prince Rama and Superstar Swank. They went 46 and 4 to the half. And the Alligator Hunter, looking for his 17th career victory, leads it by a desperate neck. Street Warrior is right there, a dozen lengths back to the others. These 2 putting on a show for the fans here on a Saturday night. And Street Warrior puts the neck in front. The ever-game Alligator Hunter right back at him. And Out of the Dark cut the lead now down to 5. Top of the Canterbury stretch, Street Warrior leads it from a pesky The Alligator Hunter into that final furlong. Street Warrior, The Alligator Hunter, a classic here into the final football field. And Street Warrior grinding away, a late charge from Out of the Dark. Street Warrior, Out of the Dark is coming. So is the wire. Street Warrior held. Oh my, what a race. Canterbury Park. In the press box, we get set for that big pick 5. As I mentioned earlier, it includes both the $75,000 stakes races, including where it starts right here in race 4 with the Oaks. Now, we've had pick 5s this year pay over $40,000. It's a game of survival. You got to try it. I've put together a ticket. I think it's a very manageable ticket for $36. And here in the Oaks, I'm going to use the 3, the 4, and the 5. I've got the 4 as my top pick. That's the front runner, Carson Bay. I think both Where's Maryland and Vintage Port could be a late threat. I'm going to use 1, 4, and 5 in the second leg. I want to spread out in that second leg. And then the other stakes race, the Minnesota Derby, is race 6. I think it's a showdown between Sushi Man and Towner 2. I'm going to use those 2 there, and I'm going to use 2 horses in each of the last 2 races. I think these races are a little simpler with the smaller fields. I'm going to use the 6 and the 9 in the penultimate race, number 7, and then in the lucky last, the 2 and the 5. I think I've got that race covered front and back with a speed ball and a closer. It's 3, 4, 5 here in the Oaks with 1, 4, 5, with 7, 8, with 6, 9, with 2 and 5. A $36 ticket. It's a pick 5 that includes 2 incredible stakes races, but we need to handicap said stakes events, and for that, to talk all about the Minnesota Oaks, we head downstairs to our handicappers, Angela Herman and Jeff Madej.
Thank you, Kevin. We are down here for the Oaks. Time has come for Minnesota bred stakes racing, Jeffrey, and we have 6 of them set to contest the Oaks this year because we do scratch the 2, Flatter Me Baby. That's a big scratch out of this race, but you see some horses come together from different spots because we have some fillies that are stakes tested, we have some fillies that are distance tested, but now we're going to find out who can put it all together for this big person. They'll go 1 mile and 70 yards in the Oaks. Why don't we just dig right into it? Because, you know, this is a big night for a lot of our connections, and we want to give them as much time as possible, or we want as much time as possible to go over this field. But do you have any initial thoughts when you looked at this group for this particular
here's my
Oaks?
first initial thought before we get to this group is that last race that we just saw, the Alligator Hunter. That was what people paid $10 to get in the door to watch. That race was phenomenal. So congratulations to all the connections there. But those were Minnesota breds too. And we're going to see some of these 3-year-olds 3-4 years from now doing that same thing. That's what's fun about tonight for me. And I think you're right about that scratch of the 2, Flatter Me Baby. Completely, in my opinion, changes the pace scenario here. So you kind of had to go back and look at it. I stayed with the same horse that I like in this race. That's Vintage Port, coming from off the pace. But I think Carson Bay now with that scratch could get the loose lead. The one that I think has a chance to challenge it, and I know you think the outside horses have speed too. I think this filly on the rail, Wildcat Mini, trained by Tim Padilla, owned by Pete Manson. They've hooked up to win big races for the last number of years. Quinones aboard, that's a combination we know can find the winner's circle. That one's the mystery horse and the possible upsetter to me.
Well, and they usually get these horses down, you know, going in the winter so that they do have a lot of foundation underneath them. And Wildcat Mini does have that. We sometimes find with Minnesota breds when they take the winter off, I mean, you got to get a horse fit and you got to get them right up to their peak condition in a hurry if they took the whole winter off. And Wildcat Mini doesn't do that. Wildcat Mini already has a lot of sprints into her. She almost took a field wire to wire in March down at Tampa. But she has been coming from off the pace a bit more in recent times. You know, she's been relaxed a little bit more because I'm sure that the thought was that there's going to be some sprinters in here who can't stay off the pace. But Wildcat Mini has proven herself a bit more patient in those last 2. And I think that she can make some noise late in here. She'll be able to save ground on the inside. 5-1 is more than fair on Wildcat Mini. And I definitely think that she's going to step up in this spot.
I know you fancy Where's Maryland, and she looks fantastic here in the paddock. Hall of Fame breeders, Richard Bremer and Cheryl Sprick, owned by one of our favorites, Tony Didier, in from Nebraska, not liking your Gophers jersey whatsoever. But Where's Maryland is one that's going to benefit if the pace is hot.
Absolutely. And yeah, I didn't do that on purpose. I'm sorry. I know that there's some Cornhusker loyalty over there. I get it. But Where's Maryland is still going to be my pick because she is the one with the most success thus far. I guess going 2 turns and doing it on the turf because last time she was so impressive in beating Blazing Performer. And I mean, those were state breds, and she did that on the turf. But I mean, she won the Northern Lights debutante on our dirt last year. You know that she can handle different elements of this. It's just when it's put all together, can she get the job done? I'm going to try for yes and see if Jermaine Bridgman can't get her a good trip just off the pace. I don't think she's going to be that far out of it, but we know that Carson Bay is likely to go up there and make them catch her.
Right, 8-5 right now on Carson Bay. Erica Murray rides for Gary Shear and Baleen Farms. This horse is all about speed. The question is, can she get this far?
Well, she is another one that has plenty of seasoning to her because she didn't have any of those layoffs. She went down to the fairgrounds and spent her winter in Louisiana, and she was doing great work down there on the front end. It really will depend, I think, on how fast Mary B's Legacy and IC Gold can get into gear, but particularly Mary B's Legacy, because this filly wants to be on the front end. She wants to control things, and she's very good at it when she can.
If the pace is hot, then my top choice has a chance to come and get him, and that's the 5, Vintage Port. Cody Rosine is the trainer, Santiago aboard. Last 2 outs were going long on the turf. I talked to the trainer. He thought it wasn't the turf, it was the distance that made her better. I think she's sharp right now. If she can sit, she can pounce.
It's the same angle as with Where's Maryland. You know that they can get this kind of trip. It's whether they can do it on the dirt and against this kind of company, but you're going to find out today what better spot to do it.
Number 6, Mary B's Legacy. Mac Robertson, the trainer, won this race in 2022 for Warren Bush. Linda Bush owns Mary B's Legacy. This horse has a chance. I knew you caught it 2-back sprinting. Can she stretch out?
I think she can. I think that she probably just wants to be up front, but I mean, they know her pretty well. This filly was ready to win her maiden off 3 works. I mean, Mary B's Legacy gets the task at hand, and maybe she just wants things her own way. Maybe she gets that today. You'll get 10-1 if you think that that's going to happen.
Harry Hernandez, our leading rider on the 7, IC Gold. That one trained by Mac Robertson as well. Another that comes from off the pace. Might need a little more seasoning. That's the Oaks, Ange. Who do you like?
I'm going to take this one 3, 1, and 4. And for you, Jeff?
Get to the window, play that pick 5. Post time just 8 minutes away.
There's the call to the post for the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks. Number 1 is Wildcat Mini, trained by Tim Padilla, owned by Pete Matson, and ridden tonight by Alonzo Quinones. We scratch number 2, Flatter Me Baby. Number 3 is Where's Maryland. Where's Maryland is owned by Anthony Didier, trained by Bruce Rieken, and ridden tonight by Jermaine Bridgemahan. Number 4 is Carson Bay, owned by Valine Farms, trained by Mr. Gary Shearer, and ridden tonight by Erica Murray. Number 5 is Vintage Port, owned by Cody Rosine, trained by Cody Rosine, and ridden tonight by Victor Santiago. Number 6 is Mary B's Legacy. Mary B's Legacy is owned by Linda Bush, trained by Mr. Mac Robertson, and ridden tonight by Daler Barrios Lopez. Rounding out the field for the Oaks is number 7, IC Gold, owned by Bates Thoroughbreds, trained by Mac Robertson, and ridden tonight by Canterbury's top jockey, Mr. Harry Hernandez. That is the field for the $75,000 guaranteed Minnesota Oaks, with win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, and of course the 10% takeout, pick 5, which includes both the Oaks and the Derby. Stakes action at Canterbury Park in 5 minutes. And they're nose and nose into the final furlong. Inside Extreme Diva, outside Retired Kathy, and Retired Kathy's got the better of her. Retired Kathy and Pete Madsen sailing away to an Oaks victory. Retired Kathy is the Oaks champion.
That was Retired Kathy winning last year's Minnesota Oaks. We're just minutes away from the 2025 Oaks. I'm with Amber Carlisle. She's the director of racing here at Canterbury. Welcome to the Winner's Circle, Amber. Look at this crowd. Fantastic, huh?
Yes, it's so great to see on a Saturday night when there's so many other options here that people chose to come here and support us.
You've worked at other racetracks in other jurisdictions around the country. State-bred programs are so important to the success of a track, especially a track like Canterbury, this size. We need state-breds. What's it like to you to race with this kind of support?
The state-bred program really boosts our field size, boosts our horse population. It shows that people support us, people support Minnesota, and it's a real sense of pride for people who live here in this state to show off what they're doing with their horses.
Yeah, it's great to see. And that last race is a perfect example. Alligator Hunter running like he did. He's been around for so long, one of the top earners in the history of racing. We're going to see some history here as well when we run the Oaks. Any predictions? Anyone you like? Anyone caught your eye?
Ooh, I like them all. All these fillies came back from last year, and it's just so great to see them year after year, especially the Minnesota breds. They come back every year and really develop a following, and it's so great to see them. They become friends.
You're a diplomat, but we know that Angela Herman always has a strong opinion. Let's go get that opinion right now at the finish line.
Thank you, Jeff. I do have a strong opinion in here. I'm going to stick with Where's Marilyn after seeing her in the paddock and see her come out here. She's still got great energy, and she is going to need that if she is going to run down some of the classy competition in front of her today. I got to say the one that made the best impression on me in the paddock, though, was Carson Bay. She looked very good out there, very composed, and she's handling the heat well. Do keep in mind, if you're not here at the track, it is a hot, humid day in Minnesota, and you're going to want to keep an eye on how your charge is doing because some of these guys just aren't handling the heat as well as others. This particular set of ladies, I think, is probably not running their race before the race. They look good in the paddock. They've looked good out on the track. I don't think that anybody is taking anything away from themselves really before the race from what I have seen. But now that you see them out on track, they're exhibiting the same calm demeanor. That's what you want when you're kind of expecting the best race of a horse's career. That's what's upcoming for a lot of these fillies, and the Oaks is just 1 minute away.
Great work, guys. What a race this is. It started back in 1988 with the uber-talented Princess Elaine winning for Peter Knoll. Chris Valovich was the winning jockey. Over the years, Luis Quinones has won the Oaks 4 times. Dean Butler has won it 4 times. Seth Martinez has won it 3 times. And Alonso Quinones, who rides Wildcat Mini, the one horse, has won it 3 times. He's trying to tie Dean Butler and Luis Quinones with those 4 Oaks wins. Good value betting right now. Nobody lower than 2-1. Where's Maryland and Carson Bay dueling for favoritism? And we are 1 minute away now from the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks. Get those bets in quick. They're at the gate. It is post time. Post time for the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks as 3-year-old fillies get set to battle. 2-1 right now on Carson Bay. Slightly favored over the 7 IC Gold at 5-2, and the 3 Where's Maryland also at 2.5-1. Valine Jacket and Carson Bay with Erica move in. And IC Gold and Double H, the last in line. Time for the Oaks. They're in the gate. And they're off. Field came off to a perfect dispatch. Inside is Wildcat Mini. From between horses is Carson Bay. And up on the outside comes Mary B's Legacy. And they run fast into that first turn. The pace is hot early on. And Carson's Bay had to work to get there, but now pokes the head in front. Wildcat Mini is scraping pain inside. Mary B's Legacy is right there on the outside, just a length from those leaders. And it's a gap of 3 to last year's debutante champ. Where's Maryland? Well, there she is, 4 lengths off the lead. IC Gold shades that one in a big gap of 6 lengths. Back to Vintage Port. They went 23 flat for that opening quarter mile. No free base tonight for Erica Murray and Carson Bay. They're working hard on the front end to lead it by 2.5 lengths. Wildcat Mini still there on the inside. Mary B's Legacy is in the horse sandwich. Outside is IC Gold. And then we come back to Where's Maryland. 7 lengths from the lead. Outside comes Vintage Port, who's closing in smartly. 47-2 to the half mile. And they bend around that far turn in the Oaks, and Carson Bay gets a little bit of a breather, but now feels the pressure once again from Mary B's Legacy, who's cut the lead down to a length. Vintage Port catches the eye. Vintage Port is closing in smartly with Santiago, but there goes Carson Bay and Erica Murray. They open up 3 lengths. Vintage Port's trying to hunt that one down. Top of the stretch in the Minnesota Oaks, and Carson Bay trying to do it all the way on the front end. That 5-length lead is still there into the final football field. Vintage Port's closing, but nobody's catching. Valine Farms and Carson Bay. Erica Murray's first ever stakes win is a win in the Minnesota Oaks. Numbers up on the board: 4, 5, 1 and 6. 4, 5, 1, 6 in the Oaks. 1:45.20 is that finishing time for Carson Bay. The Minnesota Oaks is official and cashable. $3.60 for your win ticket on Carson Bay. Big crowd on hand here for the Oaks. Exacta paid $10.30. Trifecta $12.85. 10-cent super $10.30. That 2-4 double for $2 returned $9.80. Pick 3, $10.20. Erica Murray has been kind enough all season to help us out in the Canterbury Park television department, including putting in some extra work this afternoon, where she mentioned to us that she has yet to win a stakes race in her young career as a jockey. Well, she can now say she's a stakes winner. Excellent ride on Carson Bay, and they win the Oaks. Girl power indeed. Gary Shearer last won this race back in 2016 with Blazing Angel. 9 years later, Gary, a proud Ragin' Cajun, is back in the winner's circle with this well-bred Carson Bay. Let's celebrate the winner of the Oaks. She is number 4. She is Carson Bay. Carson Bay is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Midshipman out of Karakoram Fugitive, foaled in Minnesota by J&K Farm LLC. The winning owners are Valine Farms. The winning trainer is Mr. Gary Shearer, and the winning jockey with her first career stakes win is Erica Murray. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Carson Bay winning the Minnesota Oaks. Speaking of girl power, let's head down to the winner's circle with two of the best, Angela Herman and Miss Erica Murray.
Yeah, there's a lot of girl power in the Minnesota Oaks. Your first stakes win, Erica Murray. Congratulations. Now, take us right from the break, because she's a filly that likes to show speed. You got a little pressure from your outside from Mary's B's Legacy, but how did she handle it? How did she feel? And, how was the trip?
She could not have handled it better. I mean, her being so speedy, I was a little concerned, but from the moment I broke, she just totally relaxed into my hand, and down the backside, I was like, I've got quite a bit of horse, and she just, every step they took closer, she put it on them. So I just couldn't be happier right now.
We made you talk Minnesotan before. Maybe the Teddy Bridgewater jersey is lucky, but if you could try to put this into words, not Minnesotan words, the feeling right now, what would they be?
Like unreal. It's really unreal. I've been riding 10 years, and this is my first stakes win, so it's really special.
That was a great ride, Erica. And since we made you talk Minnesotan earlier, do you have like a Cajun victory cry? What did you shout out when you crossed the wire?
I'd like to Hoodat, baby, but I'd like to apologize to the Hoodat Nation. I did not mean it. I want to apologize to my mama and them, Juvenile, all of them. Please, I didn't mean it. I take it back. So.
Oh, for cute. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Erica. A round of applause for Erica Murray and Carson Bay, winners of the Minnesota Oaks. And there you have it. Well done. A little victory bath from Kelsey Haar, and the girl power is strong in the Minnesota Oaks.
they're off. Field came off to a perfect dispatch. Inside is Wildcat Mini. From between horses is Carson Bay, and up on the outside comes Mary B's Legacy, and they run fast into that first turn. The pace is hot early on, and Carson's Bay had to work to get there, but now pokes the head in front. Wildcat Mini is scraping pain inside. Mary B's Legacy is right there on the outside, just a length from those leaders. That's a gap of 3 to last year's debutante champ. Where's Maryland? Well, there she is, 4 lengths off the lead. IC Gold shades that one in a big gap of 6 lengths. Back to Vintage Port. They went 23 flat for that opening quarter mile. No free base tonight for Erica Murray and Carson Bay. They're working hard on the front end to lead it by 2.5 lengths. Wildcat Mini still there on the inside. Mary B's Legacy is in the horse sandwich. Outside is IC Gold. And then we come back to Where's Maryland, 7 lengths from the lead. Outside comes Vintage Port, who's closing in smartly. 47-2 to the half mile, and they bend around that far turn in the Oaks, and Carson Bay gets a little bit of a breather, but now feels the pressure once again from Mary B's Legacy, who's cut the lead down to length. Vintage Port catches the eye. Vintage Port is closing in smartly with Santiago, but there goes Carson Bay and Erica Murray. They open up 3 lengths. Vintage Port's trying to hunt that one down. Top of the stretch in the Minnesota Oaks, and Carson Bay trying to do it all the way on the front end. That 5-length lead is still there into the final football field. Vintage Port's closing, but nobody's catching. Valine Farms and Carson Bay. Erica Murray's first ever stakes win is a win in the Minnesota Oaks. the top of the Canterbury stretch, and it's Miles with Theft on the agenda, leading it from Shakeopotamus and Kelsey on the outside into that final furlong. It's Miles, then Constantino Roman, straight and strong and leading still. They took the lead early. They lead every step of the way. Flag fall to That's All. It's Miles, a maiden no more. But Mr. Fabricator is game and runs with that one as they charge down the Canterbury stretch, nostril to nostril, outside Supreme Dominance, inside Mr. Fabricator, and into the final furlong they go. And Supreme Dominance living up to the name. And Constantino Roman brings the brooms tonight, and he sweeps that early double, 1, 7, and 2. Right back at him, and out of the dark, cut the lead now down to 5. Top of the Canterbury stretch, Street Warrior leads it from a pesky The Alligator Hunter into that final furlong. Street Warrior, The Alligator Hunter, a classic here, into the final football field, and Street Warrior grinding away, a late charge from out of the dark. Street Warrior out of the dark is coming, so is the wire. Street Warrior held. Oh my. What a race. Up 3 lengths. Vintage Porch trying to hunt that one down. Top of the stretch in the Minnesota Oaks. And Carson Bay trying to do it all the way on the front end. That 5-length lead is still there into the final football field. Vintage Porch closing, but nobody's catching. And Carson Bay, Erica Murray's first ever stakes win, is a win in the Minnesota Oaks.
What a night of racing we have going on here. First, you get to see the Alligator Hunter and Street Warrior throw down, with Street Warrior prevailing. It's the old stars and then the future stars. Carson Bay, once Erica Murray slipped clean and shook off the other speed, they weren't going to catch her. Fantastic racing tonight. Now we're on to race number 5. This race is off the turf. It's going to be run at 1 mile on the main track. Scratch the 7, scratch the 8. Let's take a look at the field. We'll start with the 1. Got to try a Mischief. Nancy Sheehan, the trainer, Carlo Lopez aboard. Got to try Mischief is all about speed. Does have a win on the dirt. I think this horse is going to be up there setting the fraction, so we get a look at the rest of the field and then determine whether or not Got to try Mischief can slip away. The 2 is Bayou Candy, right now 8-5. And the favorite, Harry Hernandez, our top jockey, rides for Tony Rengsdorf. Last 2 out have been on the turf, including most recently a 1 mile maiden win on the grass. Now on to the dirt. 1 try on the dirt, that came at Churchill Downs. This ain't Churchill Downs here. And the horse got beat and beat handily, but in good form. 3rd off the layoff for Tony Rengsdorf. That is a deadly angle, and you're getting 8-5. Melania T is the 3 horse right now at 8-1, 0-12 on the dirt. This horse was intended to run on the grass. She's not now. She sprinted last time in the dirt and finished a well-beaten 4th. We'll see what happens here. I think you're going to get a tracking trip when she stretches out. Number 4, My Woman, trained by Brucey Rican, owned by Tony Didier. This horse draws into the race, was entered for main track only. We're on the main track, and she's in this race. I think she figures here, gets a stalking trip for Brucey Rican, and is taking some money right now at 3-1. Number 5 is 5-2. It's Hattie Bloom. Stakes-winning trainer Gary Shear calling the shots here with Alonso Quinones aboard. Horse does make a lot of sense in here, although is 0-6 on the main track, but has some form right now on the turf. Last time out, or 2 races back, pardon me, did run on the dirt, finished 3rd, a well-beaten 3rd, but in with a good bunch. Horse fits in here. Got to respect that trainer who looks to go back-to-back. My top pick here is number 6, Hippie Trail. Sitting on the board right now at 7-1. Mystifies me a little bit because the trainer's Kevin Eckleberry. When he sends a horse to Canterbury Park, they're usually live, and they're really live. I love this price. Now, she is stretching out. She's a 5-year-old mare with only 6 starts, so that's a bit of a red flag, but she stretches out. She's in good form coming up from Iowa, from Prairie Meadows. I think she fits in here. I think she can get the distance. She's bred for it, and I love that price. That's a look at the 6-horse field here. They're heading out of the paddock now. Be on the main track shortly. Post time is in 9 minutes. Got a big crowd on hand. You want to get to the windows right now. Make your wagers. Best of luck.
The call to the post for race number 5. Scratch the 7 and the 8. The MTO number 4 draws in. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. Pick 3, and don't forget the late pick 4 starts right here. Late pick 4 action with races 5, 6, 7, and 8. We're at 1 mile. We are off the turf, and the main track has been upgraded to good. Field will be at the gate inside 7 minutes. Get ready for some fun trivia from the winner's circle. If you're here at Canterbury, head down where all the railbirds are, and we'll have some trivia here in just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention to the winner's circle. All right, fans, it's time for Peanuts Trivia. Charles Schultz, of course, a native of Minnesota, born in Minneapolis, moved over to St. Paul at a young age, and we celebrate his greatest accomplishment. It's Peanuts Trivia time, and we've got some wonderful prizes available. Let's find out the name of the contestant and where they're from.
Rich from Vesely, Minnesota.
Rich, welcome to Canterbury. Love vastly. If he gets question 1 right, he wins a daily double pack worth nearly $50. Question 2 gets him a Genio turkey and some Skippy peanut butter. And if he gets the 3rd one right, he gets $10 in casino chips. Here comes question number 1. Which Peanuts character's catchphrase was "good grief"? My hint is he was always bothered by Lucy throughout the show. What's the answer?
Charlie Brown.
Let's see if he's right. Aha! He's got a prize. He's got the daily double pack. Compliments of Canterbury Park. Let's see if he can sweep the card. Here comes question number 2. Which Peanuts character played the piano? My hint is he's blonde, and he played the piano at each school event. The answer?
Schroeder.
Is he right? Oh my goodness, look at Schroeder up on that screen. He wins the Genio turkey and the Skippy peanut butter. That sounds delicious. Now, can he sweep the 3-question card? Which of the Peanuts characters are siblings? There are 2 correct answers to this question.
Charlie and Lucy.
Let's see if he's right. No, he crossed answers. Lucy and Linus, Charlie and Sally. Give him a great round of applause. He meatloafed it. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. He gets the turkey, he gets the peanut butter, and he gets to come to Canterbury with that exclusive daily double pack. Thank you for playing Peanuts Trivia here on Made in Minnesota Night. Hey, T-shirts, get down by that winner's circle. T-shirts flying into the crowd. Free T-shirts. The more noise you make, the better chance you get a T-shirt. Kip was a high school quarterback, and he's really got a good gun. The horses are approaching the starting gate. We've got just 1 minute now to that late pick 4. Fans, Pepsi is the official soft drink provider here at Canterbury Park. They're a proud sponsor of Pepsi Family Day here at Canterbury each and every Sunday. Make sure you grab an ice-cold Pepsi, and thank you to Pepsi for your support of Minnesota racing. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race number 5. As they move in line, Bayou Candy, slight favorite at 2-1 from post 2. Hattie Bloom, the other Winchester Place horse, second choice at 5-2. Corgis here next Sunday, the 17th. Get your tickets right now at CanterburyPark.com. The Corgis on the 17th, a week from tomorrow. Almost set. Hippie Trail moves in. There in the gate. And they're off. Hustling out from the inside comes Gotta Try Mischief. Quickly joined by the Iowa Interloper Hippie Trail on the outside. Through from the rail comes Bayou Candy. The barn mate, Hattie Bloom, is right there, 5 lengths from those leaders. Then it's Milani T, who's got 7 to make up. On the outside of that one is My Woman. As they bend around that turn, and Carlo Lopez and Gotta Try Mischief have taken them to the front and lead it by 3 lengths. Hippie Trail is in second. Then it's Bayou Candy. The Winchester horses are side by side. Hattie Bloom is right there up into third. Gap of 3 back to My Woman. At the tail of the field comes Milani T. 23-3 for the opening quarter mile, and Gotta Try Mischief hasn't made any mistakes or mischief so far, and leading it by 2.5. Hippie Trail is right there carving into that lead. Then we come back to Hattie Bloom. Inside is Bayou Candy. The Patriotic Silks are still side by side. My Woman is next, and Milani T is trying to unwind. 47-3 to the half, and Gotta Try Mischief cruising along on the front, opening up to a 5-length lead. Outside is Hippie Trail. Inside is Bayou Candy. The back markers are trying to close in, but Gotta Try Mischief has given this field the slip. Charging down the Canterbury stretch they come. Gotta Try Mischief trying to hang on for one more furlong. Back markers closing, but nobody's catching. Gotta Try Mischief. And Carlo Lopez going, gone. .139.66, that finishing time. Gotta Try Mischief, the official winner, number 1. Second went to number 3, Milani T. The photo sign on the board to decide the try at the Super, so hold those tickets. Photo signs down, 1, 3, 4, and 2. 13:42 soon to be official. Race 5, official and cashable, $8.40 for your win ticket on Gotta Try Mischief. 4-1 double paid $19.20. Pick 3 paid $26.70. That 50-cent trifecta, $75.45. For the exacta, the 1-3, we call it the Jason Kubel. The Kubel exacta, $43.10 as it finishes with a mild upset and a bomb in second. Nice exacta there in race 5. Let's celebrate the winner as the connections gather. Here in race 5, the winner is number 1, Gotta Try Mischief. Gotta Try Mischief is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Maximus Mischief out of Tafasel Fold in Kentucky. The winning owner is Mr. Donald Hoover. The winning trainer is Miss Nancy Sheehan. And the winning jockey is Carlo Lopez. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Gotta Try Mischief. On deck, a $75,000 stakes race. It is the Minnesota Derby. Scratch the 5 way up north. The Derby field will gather to run into the history books in 22 minutes. They're off. Hustling out from the inside comes Gotta Try Mischief. Quickly joined by the Iowa Interloper Hippie Trail on the outside. Through from the rail comes Bayou Candy. The barnmate Hattie Bloom is right there, 5 lengths from those leaders. Then it's Milani T, who's got 7 to make up. On the outside of that one is My Woman. As they bend around that turn, and Carlo Lopez and Gotta Try Mischief have taken them to the front and lead it by 3 lengths. Hippie Trail is in second. Then it's Bayou Candy. The Winchester horses are side by side. Hattie Bloom is right there up into third. Gap of 3 back to My Woman. At the tail of the field comes Milani T. 23-3 for the opening quarter mile, and Gotta Try Mischief hasn't made any mistakes or mischief so far, and leading it by 2.5. Hippie Trail is right there carving into that lead. Then we come back to Hattie Bloom. Inside is Bayou Candy. The Patriotic Silks are still side by side. My Woman is next. And Milani T is trying to unwind. 47-3 to the half, and Gotta Try Mischief cruising along on the front, opening up to a 5-length lead. Outside is Hippie Trail. Inside is Bayou Candy. The back markers are trying to close in, but Gotta Try Mischief has given this field the slip. Charging down the Canterbury stretch they come. Gotta Try Mischief trying to hang on for one more furlong. Back markers closing, but nobody's catching. Gotta Try Mischief. And Carlo Lopez going, gone. Alrighty, race fans, it is time for the second $75,000 stakes guaranteed race. This is the Minnesota Derby. We have a scratch of the 5 way up north, Sushi Man the 7. It's been a remarkable horse all season here in Shakopee, winning on both the turf and the dirt, posting some giant speed figures. But this is a very talented group of 3-year-old boys, all bred in Minnesota. So let's head down to the paddock and handicap it with two of our best, Angela Herman and Jeff Madej.
Thank you, Kevin. We are down in the paddock, and it is time for the Derby. That's right. We got a bigger field out here for race number 6. That is the Derby. Please scratch the 5 way up north. That is the only change in the Derby. Now, if you look inside and out, we have a lot more experience going 2 turns, especially on the main track with this group than we did with the Oaks. But as we've seen throughout the day, it has been very, very effective to have early speed, no matter what sort of distance you've tackled before. It's been kind of crucial to be in, or at least within the hunt by about the quarter pole.
It'll be interesting to see, unlike the Oaks where we had lone speed, if there's going to be lone speed in here or not. Because we know the one, Argent for Cars, has speed. Flying Martini, trained by Cody Rosine, has speed. And he also trains the favorite, the 7, Sushi Man, who is nothing but speed. I can't see the 2 stablemates hooking up. So the question really to me becomes, can the one compromise the favorite?
That'll be the question, but you'd think from the inside.
I want the answer.
Well,
we all want the answer. Look at this crowd here, Ange. They want the answer.
I'll tell you in 14 minutes. But the rail sort of forces his hand, doesn't it? I mean, Arjun for Cars' best races have come on the front end. I think he will have an effect on this race. I just don't know how long he's going to be able to sustain the pace that I think they're going to go. I think they're going to go fairly quick early because I think the Flying Martini, even though, you know, he has passed a horse or two, has just been better thus far on the front end. He drew further inside, and I think that maybe Sushi Man on the outside can rate just a little bit. I don't think he'll be too far off it, but given his outside position, even if he does get outrun to the lead, he can just work his way up to it instead of having to find a place to run. But let's start with Arjun for Cars because, like you said, he is kind of the key to this race, and he has gone 2 turns before. Did it at Oaklawn. That's not an easy place to do it. State Breds has been much more friendly to him, as it would be to any horse. But we'll move forward then to Flying Martini, who right next door broke his maiden in a race that was scheduled for the turf. They took it off, and that's how they found out he's this kind of horse. I mean, the time didn't knock your socks off, but it was kind of a tiring track that day. It's fairly similar to what we're dealing with today. Now, if we think that Arjun for Cars is going to impact the favorite, how much do you think Flying Martini can get in the mix himself?
Well, I maybe that horse goes right with Argent for Cars. I think a lot of times when horses that need speed are next to another horse that has to go to the front, they all just kind of go. And that becomes the question for me. I don't necessarily have the answer other than I think the favorite is the fastest horse in here. If I'm wrong, I'm going to be in trouble because they're going to go extremely fast. Now, remember Argent for Cars last year in the Northern Lights Futurity, which is the premier race for 2-year-olds, really showed up, was 31-1. No one gave the horse a chance and did find the front for a while and hung on for second at big numbers. So the horse can be ready for a big race. I just don't know tonight on the rail if it's the place to be, but we do know that speed is what you want.
Right. You know where he's going to be early, just don't know how long he's going to be there. But I'm glad that you mentioned the Futurity because Abel Seaman, the winner of that race, is back in this one, and this will be his first appearance in Minnesota as a 3-year-old. Abel Seaman has spent his entire spring and summer either in Arkansas or Iowa. So when you take his races from there, and I mean, they were all right, but he fell pretty far off the pace, then put him back on the track that he's run best. I mean, I could see him definitely getting a piece of this, but the way that the track is playing, it might really put him up against it.
Certainly doesn't favor a horse that's kind of a one-run closer, but I will say this, that move from Open Company, which he was facing at Prairie Meadows and earlier in the winter at Oaklawn back into State Bred, can move a horse way up. I didn't think the horse could come from the back of the pack last time either when it won here, so maybe it does today. I don't know. I think it's up against it, though, because I think the speed will prevail, but if you're playing the trifecta, you certainly want to have Abel Seaman in the mix because class is proven.
And Begging for Trouble right next door is one who has taken a taste of 2-turn racing this year. He's already had 8 starts, and Begging for Trouble has spent a lot of that time route racing and keeping himself in kind of a pressing position. I don't think that Begging for Trouble is going to be on the lead, but he shouldn't be too far off, and De Silva's going to be on him. But a number of riders have been on this horse, and they've done just fine. Begging for Trouble is one that usually does get into the mix and is usually a decent price. Right now, you get 12-1. I mean, I did not use him in my top 4, but if I'm going to make plays, if you are a super kind of person, he makes sense, especially at that price.
Right, because the horse will sit right off the pace, and that's an important trip. And we've got one of our top riders, De Silva, aboard. He's not going to try to go and get hooked up in a pace battle here. He's going to wait patiently, hope the speed comes back. So you're right, that's a big price. Double-digit odds on a horse like that from a barn like Tony Rengsdorf's with the top rider aboard. That's a fair price. The 5 is scratched way up north. The 6, TC Gold, trained by Hall of Famer Mac Robertson. This one have a chance because right now on the tote board it's 15-1.
Well, I mean, they all have a chance. There's not that much established form. I don't think there's a dominant horse in here outside of maybe Sushi Man that's going to take a ton of money, but TC Gold deserves to take a little bit more than he is right now. He's 15-1. That's almost double his morning line. And this one, even though he tasted defeat at the hands of his stablemate, did do that from off the pace. And he had done it a lot better last time than he did 2 races ago, where he fell much further off the pace than he had been in that prior win. I don't know, TC Gold is kind of, I think, just figuring out maybe what he's good at. But if you have a good 3-year-old that's a Minnesota bred, they go in this race. And maybe TC Gold will prove that he loves this sort of thing, because this is going to be his first journey around 2 turns.
If you're out here in the paddock, take a look at the 7, Sushi Man. Camera will be on him soon. Handful out here in the walking ring. He looks like he thinks he won already. This is a nice-looking racehorse, Angela.
He's dragging his groom around the ring, but Sushi Man that's what you want to see from a horse like that, because I mean, he has raced 5 times this year and they have been impressive, dominant victories. You wonder at what point do they start maybe turning the other way, and their form does not appear to be the case down here, at least if looks are any gauge. Sushi Man definitely looks ready for another fight. This would be his 3rd win in just 7 starts, but he's already proven, I mean, he's a very mature sort of racehorse. I mean, he can do a number of things. He's taken to whatever they ask him to do very professionally. I guess that's the word I was searching for. I would expect that same kind of effort today, and a lot of other people do too at 3-5.
Don't sleep on Towner 2, trained by Mac Robertson with Barrios Lopez aboard. If you can win against open company like he did at the fairgrounds this winter, you can certainly face state breds and come out on the upper end. He off of a big win last time out, but on the speed, on the engine, I think this horse can sit back a little bit. You're going to get a good price.
Yeah, he looks really good down here in the paddock too. Towner 2, even though we've seen him just once this year, did take that step and beat open company down at the fairgrounds. That is not an easy task, like you mentioned. 6-1 is more than an overlay on Towner 2, and he's only got 1 race going this long, and that was on the turf. So if you're willing to dismiss that and take him on talent alone, that is a very appealing number.
I'm going to try the favorite here, 4-5. Leading rider Harry Hernandez aboard Sushi Man. Last chance to play the pick 3. Ange and I, we're headed to the window. We'll see you there.
That's the call to the post for the $75,000 guaranteed Minnesota Derby, sponsored by Kim Crawford Wines. Number 1 is Argent for Cars, owned by Gatry Rampadara, trained by Edgar Espinosa, ridden by Alonso Quinones. Number 2 is Flying Martini, owned by Shaken Not Stirred Stable, trained by Cody Rosine, and ridden tonight by Eduardo Gallardo. Number 3 is Able Seaman, owned by Richard Bremer, trained by Mike Beeler, and ridden tonight by Daniel Vergara. Number 4 is Beggin' for Trouble, owned by Chad Keene and Victor Morales, trained by Tony Rengsdorf, ridden tonight by Fausto da Silva. Scratch the 5. Moving on to the 6, TC Gold, owned by Hugh Robertson and tailored for Gold Stables, trained by Mac Robertson, and ridden tonight by Felipe Valdez. Number 7 is Sushi Man, owned by One Bid Stable, trained by Cody Rosine, and ridden tonight by Harry Hernandez. And rounding out the field is number 8, Towner 2, owned by Mr. John Mentz, trained by Mac Robertson, ridden tonight by Daler Berrios Lopez. That's the field for the $75,000 Minnesota Derby. They'll be set to run into the history books in just 4 minutes.
Dot's moment leads at a neck. Sam Dania doing her best to her outside 8th pole. It's Dot's moment and Sam Dania in a good one in the 98 Minnesota Oaks. Sam Dania is so resilient, she takes the lead. Dot's moment cannot repel her challenge, and Sam Dania and Paula Bacon have won the Minnesota Oaks. Second to Dot's moment, Toro ran third.
That was Sam Dania winning the 1998 Minnesota Oaks, one of 5 Oaks races won by Curtis Sampson. Now, I'm joined by Randy Sampson, Kurt's son, and he, along with Kurt and Mr. Dale, saved horse racing in Minnesota. When you bought this whole property back in 1994 after the track had closed and brought racing back to Minnesota, you came back with a bang, and your family had always been involved in horse racing. Kurt had bred horses for years, Mr. Dale as well. They know what it's like to win the Oaks, to win the Derby, the race coming up next. How important is a night like this?
It's really important to Canterbury, but even more so to the owners and breeders and the Minnesota industry. To see tonight, both of these races are full of people that have bred and raced horses here in Minnesota and supported the program, and to see them get a chance to run for $75,000 and in a nice, Oaks and Derby race, it's a and a great crowd here tonight to see the great Minnesota breds that we keep seeing here every year in Minnesota.
Now, I mentioned that you bought the property, not just the racetrack. You bought the whole property with the vision of building things. You look behind us as an amphitheater popping out of the ground, successful restaurants over here, all sorts of development. That was your vision. Now, it took us a while to get there. It took us 3 decades to get there, but we did. But that was always what you wanted to do, was to integrate racing into the rest of the world.
Yeah, you got that right, Jeff. When we bought the track, we knew that one of the positives as investors was that there was a great piece of property here in a growing community, and with the bridge coming across 169, we knew that this area would start to develop. As you said, it took us a long time. Back in 2008, we thought we were ready to start developing, and that got shelved because of economic issues. But it's been really fun. Now you can see the place. It's become a real entertainment, dining, hospitality destination here, and we really are just starting with the amphitheater coming next year. We're working on some hotels and other entertainment venues, and it's going to be a spectacular entertainment district that we're creating here, and I think it's been really fun to see it happen and see our dreams start to come to fruition.
Absolutely. So now, on behalf of all the fans here and racing fans in Minnesota, thank you for saving horse racing, giving us this beautiful track. We're going to go down to the finish line now to Angela Herman. She's going to find us a winner in the Minnesota Derby.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Randy, for everything that you guys do around here. But I wanted to get a look at Sushi Man when he came on the track because he was so tough and so energetic in the paddock. That did not cease when he came on the track. He was jumping around and playing with the pony. If you are worried about Sushi Man not having any energy because of the heat or the weather, he has plenty. He is being very tough on the track. But the outside horse, just outside of him, really did catch my eye. That's Towner 2. Towner 2 has made a good impression in the paddock. He continues to make a good impression on the track. It looks like he is a little bit more calm and collected than maybe Sushi Man, but we'll see if he can match that energy when it comes down the lane. Sushi Man is going to be very tough. He's 3-5, and you can see him on the screen right now. Even though he is containing it, he is very much wound up for the task at hand, and he is going to be tough to beat in the Minnesota Derby. Kevin, they're about to the gate.
Great job, guys. Yeah, exciting times here as we get set for the Derby. First Derby was won back in 1988 by the talented Blair's Cove, ridden by Larry Melanson, trained by Jimmy Green. In this race, jockey Alonso Quinones has run twice, including 2023 with Roses by Liam. The great Donna Barton's won this race twice. So has Rye Eccleberry and Dean Butler. Derek Bell's won it 4 times. Last year's winner, Street Cry, was ridden by Eduardo Gallardo, who rides number 2, Flying Martini. Sushi Man has been brilliant on the turf. He's been good on the dirt, but this would be his biggest win to date. Off that grass, we'll see if he can do it. It's time for the $75,000 Minnesota Derby. They're moving in line. $3-5 on Sushi Man. Flying Martini, second choice at 4-1. Towner 2, the outside horse, is 5-1. Everybody else double digits. 2 more left to load. Able Seaman and Towner 2 in the purple and gold. Towner 2 moves in. Almost time. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Minnesota Derby. Field came off to a perfect dispatch. And right off the hop, the favorite Sushi Man gets the cue from Harry Hernandez, but he doesn't have enough speed to clear Argent for Cars, and the inside marker will take them by the judges and lead into the first turn. Argent for Cars has a 2-length lead. Sushi Man content to track from second. Outside is Towner 2 and Daler Barrios Lopez. Then we come inside to Flying Martini. And a big gap of 6 lengths back to TC Gold, who's being shaded by Begging for Trouble. And Able Seaman can see them all. And that opening quarter mile in a robust 22-4. And Argent for Cars, the long shot, gets engulfed by the 2 favorites, and Sushi Man and Towner 2 laying it down on the front end, and they open up 3-length lead on Argent for Cars. Flying Martini's got 7 to make up. Then it's TC Gold, and Begging for Trouble's got double-digit lengths to make up, 46-3, and we've got a good one in the Minnesota Derby as Sushi Man is being hounded by Towner 2, and Towner 2 now trying to put that white shadow roll in front, and Sushi Man is being called on for all of his class, and the others have got a lot of work to do. It's a match race with the favorites as they head to the top of the stretch in the Minnesota Derby, and there goes Towner 2. Sushi Man trying to rally back on the inside. The closers are getting closer, led by TC Gold into that final furlong. Sushi Man, all heart inside. He comes back for a short lead. Towner 2 is there. Argent for Car still in the mix, but this is a special horse. Sushi Man back on the front. Towner 2 punching. They hit the wire together in the Derby. It looked like Sushi Man, but it is tight in the Derby. What a horse race in the Minnesota Derby. And it comes down to a photo. All that fun in 145.71. A ping pong battle on the front. They traded the lead from the backstretch to the wire, and it is close. Hold those tickets. We have a result. The Minnesota Derby winner is the 7 Sushi Man. He holds off Towner 2 in an epic 7-8, 6-1. Race not quite official. Should be soon. First Derby win for trainer Cody Rosine. Having a brilliant season here at Canterbury. Also the first Derby win for jockey Harry Hernandez. Celebrations on as Sushi Man takes that fantastic turf form and brings it to the dirt and scores as the people's choice. $2.80 for the win ticket on Sushi Man, $13.23 for that 10-cent super. The $2 double paid $14.40. That pick 3 for a buck paid $12.50. And the pick 4 returned $23.85. The exacta with the 2 chalks, $3.60 for a buck. Not bad. That main track has been upgraded to a fast main track with the sunshine and breeze we've been enjoying here this afternoon into the evening. Main track now fast. Crowded winner's circle to see Sushi Man run into the history books as the Minnesota Derby champion. 3 wins in a row for Sushi Man. First time winner on the dirt. He's getting set to meet those connections in the circle. Let's celebrate the winner. Number 7, Sushi Man, is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by a stern out of Kitty Boo. Foaled in Minnesota by One Bid Stable. They are the owners. The winning trainer is Mr. Cody Rosine, and the winning jockey is Canterbury's top jockey, Mr. Harry Hernandez. Congratulations to the Minnesota Derby champions, Sushi Man. Stand by for a featured race interview in the winner's circle. A very festive winner circle to celebrate the Derby winner, Sushi Man. Let's head downstairs to Miss Angela Herman.
Yes, I have Steve and Dorothy Urban and One Bid Stable down here. They own and bred the winner, Sushi Man, of the Minnesota Derby. Now, that got to be a pretty intense stretch, Jewel, and he's gotten some fights before, but how are you feeling about the head of the stretch?
Well, actually, I was not too excited at all. It's just that the guys next to me, Tim and John, these are also owners. We bred this colt in Minnesota. And when you have a kid that can play Major League Baseball, football, or basketball, and you win the Minnesota Derby like we just did, I'll tell you what, it takes a team, and here we are. And I want to make one shout so everybody understands. There's a young man by the name of John Goebel who helped us raise this horse in Kentucky after we foaled out. And John did a heck of a job for us, and I want to thank him because, you know, we're the ones that own the horse, but there was a lot of work behind it.
Well, we're so glad that he's here and so glad that he put on the performance that he did today. Are there any siblings maybe to Sushi Man that we may see in the future?
Well, I think you've all seen probably the last time he'll ever run on the dirt. That this horse is definitely destined for the turf, is bred for the turf, but we did get by with it today, and I want to thank Mac, who's still in the hospital. Thank you, Mac, you ran second.
Okay, I don't know how I could possibly top that, so I'm going to congratulate you guys with a very gutsy win by Sushi Man. A round of applause for a spectacular performance and a spectacular stretch, Jewel. Thank you and congratulations, you guys.
Welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
One Bid Stable, winning the Derby.
And they're off in the Minnesota Derby. Field came off to a perfect dispatch, and right off the hop, the favorite Sushi Man gets the cue from Harry Hernandez, but he doesn't have enough speed to clear Argent for Cars, and the inside marker will take them by the judges and lead into the first turn. Argent for Cars has a 2-length lead. Sushi Man content to track from second. Outside is Towner 2 and Daler Barrios Lopez. Then we come inside to Flying Martini, and a big gap of 6 lengths back to TC Gold, who's being shaded by Begging for Trouble, and Able Seaman can see them all. And that opening quarter mile in a robust 22-4. And Argent for Cars, the long shot, gets engulfed by the two favorites, and Sushi Man and Towner 2 laying it down on the front end, and they open up a 3-length lead on Argent for Cars. Flying Martini's got 7 to make up. Then it's TC Gold, and Begging for Trouble's got double-digit lengths to make up, 46-3. And we've got a good one in the Minnesota Derby as Sushi Man is being hounded by Towner 2, and Towner 2 now trying to put that white shadow roll in front, and Sushi Man is being called on for all of his class, and the others have got a lot of work to do. It's a match race with the favorites as they head to the top of the stretch in the Minnesota Derby, and there goes Towner 2. Sushi Man trying to rally back on the inside. The closers are getting closer, led by TC Gold into that final furlong. Sushi Man, all heart inside. He comes back for a short lead. Towner 2 is there. Argent for Cars still in the mix, but this is a special horse. Sushi Man back on the front. Towner 2 lunging. They hit the wire together in the Derby. It looked like Sushi Man, but it is tight.
We've arrived at the late double. It starts in race number 7 in about 11 minutes. If you would please, scratch the 1, Pareto's Principles, scratch the 3, Schmooze, and scratch the 10, Time Machine. Remember, this one is taken off the turf, but it is still at 5 furlongs on the main track. And that main element you need is speed. And Happy Hour Bobby's got plenty of that on the inside. It's a little class relief for him, too, but he had been down at this level in his 2 prior tries to that turf race. Happy Hour Bobby just can't find a field lacking enough speed, and there is some to his outside in here. I'm not going to say he won't take the most of the way. He'll just have to fight to do it. And warp speed, I don't think is going to be in the jaws of that pace. I don't think he's going to be too far behind. I would guess that he's going to be breathing down the neck of anybody that is outwinging it on the front end, including potentially his stablemate Forsaken. But we'll see what kind of trip they get with him. Now that he has moved a couple of spots inside, he may have to use him a little bit more early, and that's not what I was looking for with this horse, so I'm going to put him in second. But Webcam is going to be a very generous price. Right now, Webcam is 9-1. This will be his first try in Minnesota. He has spent the spring and summer in Nebraska up to this point. However, he did come up here in search of turf. Just wondering if maybe that's not going to be the eventual target for this one, because they don't have that option down in Nebraska, but he's been showing decent speed throughout. I just wouldn't be surprised if he falls into a little bit further off the pace trip than he'd like, and I'm going to see how he handles things up in Minnesota, since this is the first time I'm seeing him. Now, 9-2 is the price you get on Sam Says. That's Sam Says right there. He looks like he's in a good mood. That's not always the case, but Sam Says is another one of those pace factors. He is very, very quick. Zeke Lara knows him like the back of his hand, and he has managed to get this horse on or near the lead in almost all of those good performances, both at Will Rogers and up here in Minnesota. But Sam Says, again, is going to have to fight for it between Happy Hour Bobby and Forsaken just to his right. Forsaken is very quick. Gallardo's in the saddle again. Just barely missed last time. I mean, he did all the dirty work on the inside and got out-bobbed by a nice winner in Real Good Magic. But Forsaken really ran well that day. He gets another 5 furlong race. He gets to the outside of most of the speed, and he is dangerous. That's why he is 3-1 on the board. Double that you get on Wind Trip to his outside. Wintrip would, I'm sure, love it if they sizzled and scorched up front. He typically comes from just a bit off the pace, but he was racing right around this level of competition last year, and he managed to reel off 4 in a row. I mean, one of them was his maiden win, but he was just absolutely in his zone, and the shorter races are right up his alley. I'm going to try Wintrip. I liked him a little bit on the turf, but I really like him back on this main track now that he got that season opener out of the way. He got a late start to his year, but I think he's going to, dropping right down to this level, we're going to see what Wintrip has to offer and if he can pick back up those winning ways from last year. Franz on the outside is interesting. I did take him in third. He's 9-1. I liked him a little bit better on the turf, too, because last time he came flying. This horse might be a touch up against it on the main track. He gets pretty far behind in the early going, has a great late kick, but that is just not how the dirt has been going thus far. He is 9-1. Remember, scratch the outside horse Time Machine. Still 7 to pick from and 8 minutes to make your wagers for race number 7. This is your last opportunity for a daily double. You might as well. Otherwise, if you want to do exactas tries or superfectas, have at it. That is what kind of race we're dealing with. Nearly every horse covered in the board of selections. 8 minutes, we'll find out who is going to win this wide open 7th race. Good luck.
The sweet stylings of the best bugler in the business, Sir Leonard Dykert. Don't forget, if you can make it out tomorrow, world's largest call to the post here at Canterbury. If you bring an instrument, you get in free. All are welcome. It'll happen for race 4 tomorrow on Pepsi Family Day. We're going to try to make history, see if Guinness will come in with their book of records. Maybe we'll get some time on SportsCenter. Race 4 tomorrow, led by Sir Leonard Dykert, world's largest call to the post. Fast main track now. We're off the turf, remember. 5 furlongs here on the main. Scratch the bookenders. Take out the 1, take out the 10, and also take out the 3. 1, 3, and 10 are out. It's the Happy Birthday Sherry Dash for the Cash. Speaking of dashing for the cash, we've got the beautiful winners down gathering in the winner's circle for the Quick Trip Dash for the Cash. That'll happen soon. Stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention down to the winner's circle. Let's meet the beautiful people and see what horse they have. And we thank Quick Trip for their great sponsorship of our racing here at Canterbury. Hold those placards up high. The Minnesota State Lottery is a great supporter of our racing product. So thank you to the Minnesota State Lottery for all that great support. The fans have a horse placard. If that horse wins, they get $50 in scratch-off tickets from the Minnesota State Lottery. Last year, a guy cashed for over $3,000. But we're not done. Second place horse and third place horse get a swag bag that could be worth hundreds of dollars. The Minnesota State Lottery, a great supporter of racing here at Canterbury. They dash for the cash in 4 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. We're inside a minute now to the late daily double. Want to say a special happy birthday to Miss Sherry, who's out here to celebrate her big day. They brought their group to Canterbury, so happy birthday, Sherry. This is your special race, and you've got a good one here. Look at the betting up on the board. Nobody under the odds of 3-1. Catch the exacta try or super here. You can make some bank. Co-favored right now as they get set to load to the 4 Warp Ride and the 6 Sam Says, who's one of 3 Minnesota breds, set to load up. Post time, Minnesota. Here we go. Late double time. First few have moved in line. Here comes Webcam with Kelsey. Wintrip and Franz will be the last in line. 5 furlongs, here we go. There in the gate. And they're off. Field came off to a good dispatch as always. Happy Hour Bobby is showing that patented early speed, and Happy Hour Bobby takes that lead and leads it by half a length from Sam Says. Forsaken is right there, clinging to that one on the outside. We come back to Warp Ride, being shaded by Wind Trip. Webcam's got 7 to make up, and Franz, as expected, at the back of the pack. They bend around that turn, and Happy Hour Bobby is still leading. Happy Hour Bobby clinging to that lead. Sam Says is putting that pressure on, and Sam Says tries to poke the nose in front. Forsaken's on the outside. Up the inside comes Warp Ride, top of the stretch. Happy Hour Bobby is still there. Happy Hour Bobby by a neck. In between horses, Sam Says surging. Forsaken is there. Warp Ride on the inside. Gritty, Sam Says leads it. Forsaken's trying to go with them. Forsaken on the outside. Forsaken wins. Photo sign up on the board. 59.12 for that 5 furlong dash. All kinds of chances into the stretch run. Appears that Forsaken and Eddie G get the money. That photo sign is down. We have a result. It is the 7 Forsaken, 7, 6, 4, and 2 up on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. We have a jockey's objection into the stretch run here of race number 7. The jockey on number 6, Zeke Laura, has lodged a claim of foul against Eduardo Gallardo, the rider of the winner, Forsaken, for interference in the stretch run. The track referees are taking a look at this view right now. Forsaken in the orange cap. Sam Says in the striped cap with the green blinkers inside of him. These front 2 finishers involved in a steward's inquiry into the stretch run. Hold all tickets as the stewards review the film. Once again, stewards reviewing the head-on replay of the stretch drive here in race 7. The unofficial winner is in the orange cap with the S on the front of those blinkers. That's Forsaken and Eduardo Gallardo. The jockey lodging foul is on that horse inside of him, green blinkers, striped helmet. No change. No change, ladies and gentlemen. The race will stand 7, 6, 4, and 2. After reviewing the head-on replay, the stewards ruled that the 7 had gained that position. It did not impede the 6 at any point from winning the race. That race will stay exactly as it is. 7, 6, 4, and 2. That bell will ring soon, and we will be cashable here in race number 7. And let's celebrate the winner. He is number 7. He's Forsaken. He's a 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Canteros out of Combat Lake, foaled in Arkansas. The winning owner is Maria Nova. The winning trainer, Santiago Tranquilino. And the winning pilot tonight, Eduardo Gallardo. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Forsaken. One more to go on this beautiful Saturday night. Race number 8. Scratch the 4, 49er gold. 7 furlongs in about 22 minutes. And they're off. Field came off to a good dispatch as always. Happy Hour Bobby is showing that patented early speed, and Happy Hour Bobby takes that lead and leads it by half a length from Sam Says. Forsaken is right there, clinging to that one on the outside. Let me come back to Warp Ride, being shaded by Wind Trip. Webcam's got 7 to make up, and Franz, as expected, at the back of the pack. They bend around that turn, and Happy Hour Bobby is still leading. Happy Hour Bobby clinging to that lead. Sam Says is putting that pressure on, and Sam Says tries to poke the nose in front. Forsaken's on the outside. Up the inside comes Warp Ride, top of the stretch. Happy Hour Bobby is still there. Happy Hour Bobby by a neck. In between horses, Sam Says surging. Forsaken is there. Warp Ride on the inside. Gritty, Sam Says leads it. Forsaken's trying to go with them. Forsaken on the outside. Forsaken wins.
Angela Herman and Kevin Gorg back in the studio. This is your track announcer for the evening. I know you haven't seen a whole bunch of him, but wanted to bring you in for the last and tell you wonderful job today.
You too.
Made in Minnesota night is one of our favorites.
And we're matching.
Got the most
We
popular
got the
hockey
Kirill
player.
Kaprizovs going here. We're not worried at all. He will be signing soon. By the time I get to training camp on September 21st, the day after our last day of racing, he will be locked up for, I'm guessing, 8 years and 120 sheets. Good for Kirill and good for Minnesota hockey fans and good for everybody for coming out tonight. What a crowd. My sister Kelly had a big group out here for Beer Fest. They're having a ball down there. It's just a really cool place to hang out on the weekend. And so congrats again to Erica Murray for her first ever stakes when she came up and did a great job for us in the TV department. She was incredible with you in the winner's circle. Really cool to see that happen. Rumor is there might be a little celebration later at the boardwalk. So as you slide out of Canterbury, maybe you don't go to the casino tonight, maybe you slide over to Boardwalk. I might try that casino, though, with the air conditioning. It's got a little warm out here. We do have blackjack and pie gow down there. That's just calling my name. But anyway, what do you think of the 8th?
All right, K-Train, shall we get into the 8th?
Love a 7-furlong race.
Well, and 7-furlong races are a fairly new thing around here. If you've never seen one, post is key because it starts pretty close in the turn. You want to make sure that you're able to save ground, and that will cost a horse like Irish Dawn, who is a little bit further outside in the field. There's a big scratch in here. 49er Gold ran recently. He will not run tonight. He would have at least provided some pace into the mix in this 8th race, but you still get some speed on the inside. Got Ghosted is one of those that'll probably be showing pace. He's been running a little bit shorter lately, but you know, when he can stretch his speed to those 7.5 furlong races on the turf, the mile races on the dirt, he is more effective, and I would not be surprised at all to see him take to this 7 furlongs like a duck to water.
Yeah, I like horses at this distance that have at least tried to go 7 furlongs and beyond. And you're right, Got Ghosted's gone a mile multiple times, including turf and dirt. So that foundation probably serves him well. From the inside, I'm guessing he won't be far off the pace. But we both land on number 2, Double Echo. And I worry about the bounce factor. When handicappers see a horse like Double Echo run a 74 figure last time, you worry about the regression. But, man, he looked good doing it. And I love that he's raced and run well at 7 furlongs.
And I like that he's been a popular item at the claim box. He's only started 5 times, and he's already been claimed twice in his life. Now, yeah, I know that just being in a claiming race, that doesn't always send up the best, but he ran so well last time in these allowance ranks. I mean, he is still relatively inexperienced, you know. He's getting later into his 3-year-old year. You don't know what kind of horse he is yet. That might not be the exception. That might be the rule, and we'll find out if he is going to be some sort of specialist going 6, 6.5, 7. I think he might be, so I'm going to put him on top. You put him on top. He's 9-5 at the moment, but the horse on screen, Gun Show, is taking a bit of money. He's 3-1. He's my third choice in here. You know, Gun Show probably can keep himself close. It's just that his better race came going 5.5 rather than 6. You could blame it on the muddy track, but he's won on a muddy track before. So I didn't know what to make of Gun Show, but how would you use him in a wagering sense?
I'd use him underneath. I'm going to key the 2 on top. I'm going to use the rest of the field underneath and try to get a long shot to sneak in there for the trifecta. Gun Show fits. It's third off the layoff. I think he's going to get a fair journey right behind the 2. Maybe the 1 puts some pressure early on the 2 and does the dirty work for him. Not without a chance. If they go quick, though, and the inside 2 might, Big Producer could be a big problem late.
And Big Producer is coming off the turf course. That was the last time that we saw him here, though. A little unusual to see no races for Big Producer from the end of May until the beginning of August. But, I mean, he certainly was keeping good company the last time that we did see him. Frosty View beat him. And really, turf hasn't been his thing so far. You know, he's run 3 5-furlong turf races. He's made up a little bit of ground in them. He's been a touch better on the dirt. And he's worked well. I would expect him to rebound in here. I just don't know if that big a gap early, which you would anticipate, is going to be made up on this particular track. Big Producer might have to be much closer than he'd like to be early.
And then there's Irish Dawn, who might be a pace factor, who, when he's at his very best, has the potential, I think, to impact the race. I just don't know at 7 furlongs what he'll have left in the late stages, but it is the Wolfgang, and it's a good-looking gray.
And it's going to be a price. You get 6-1 on Irish Dawn. First bet AI sure likes him. If you think he gets the lead, that is the value of this group, and the 5 of them are set to close Made in Minnesota night in 9 minutes. On behalf of myself, track announcer Kevin Gorg, Jeff Madej, Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, and all of us in the press box, we thank you for being here. It was such a fun time celebrating Made in Minnesota Day with you. We congratulate all the winners, and we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow for Family Day at 1 o'clock.
Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for the lucky last. Race number 8 on a fast main track. Going to be run at 7 furlongs. Scratch the 449er Gold. The wagering menu includes win, play, show, exacta trifecta, and a 10-cent superfecta. They're at the gate in 8. 2 minutes now. 2 minutes to the last. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Inside a minute now. Don't get shut out. Just 1 minute. Far right corner of the track. Horses getting set to meet the assistant starters and load in for race number 8. Made in Minnesota night. Curtain comes down after this one. Don't forget the casino on the main level, air conditioned with food and beverage service. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Pygao Poker, Texas Hold'em, Blackjack, it's all right there for you. Post time now. Post time for the 8th, 7 to 5 on Double Echo, the 2. Big producer, the 5, is 2 to 1 and second choice. A 5-pack traveling those 7 furlongs. As the sun sets here in Shakopee, we're back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day at 1 o'clock. Do join. World's largest call to the post will be a part of the production. The Big Bunny, number 6, Irish Dawn, will be the last in line. Good luck with your bets. We close out the pick 4 and pick 5 right here. They're all in line. And they're off. The quintet comes off to a perfect beginning. Inside, it's Got Ghosted, who's going to flash that early speed, joined by Double Echo. And Double Echo puts the head in front. Gun Show's not far behind. And tracking those coyly is Irish Dawn, the gray, who's 4 lengths off those leaders. Big Producer does his best running later in the race. He's got 7 to make up as these 3 ping-pong for the lead on the front end. And Double Echo, the People's Choice, is having to work hard for that lead as Gun Show and Leslie Mowing now put the blinkers in front and lead by a neck. Got Ghosted wanted no part of that duel and is 3 lengths behind the leaders. Big Producer is making a big move early into the far turn, but still has 7 to make up. And it's a long shot. Gun Show at 9 to 1, who takes the lead away from Double Echo. Double Echo's trying to re-rally and come back outside. Big Producer continues to be a menacing presence, and Irish Dawn is also trying to close in. Got Ghosted is going backwards as they bend around that turn and at the top of the Canterbury stretch with Gun Show the one to beat. Double Echo on the outside trying to pay the people, and here comes Big Producer. Final furlong they come. Gun Show outside Double Echo. Big Producer looking for a way through. Irish Dawn trying to slip down the inside. Double Echo, Big Producer inside Gun Show. Double Echo, Big Producer in time. You can't say we didn't have good racing tonight. Unbelievable. Another race where a couple of horses hit the wire together. And Big Producer, at one point in last, ends up in first when it matters most. $125.92 for the 7 furlongs. Big Producer, the unofficial winner, a really, really tight photo for second and third. The judges will take a look at that photo to decide the exacta try and super, so hold all tickets. We had a pair of horses go off at even money, and with the scratch of 4 for the pick 4 and pick 5, if you had that 4, you get the off favorite, who ended up being the 2 by just over $30. So the 2 goes off as the official favorite by a few bucks. Rare to see a pair of even money horses in a single race, and even more rare to see them duel to the wire. But let's celebrate the unofficial winner right now. He's number 5. He's Big Producer. Big Producer is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Union Rags out of Victory Rally Fold in Maryland. The winning owner, Nova Racing Stables. The winning trainer is Mr. Mac Robertson, and the winning jockey is Daler Barrios Lopez. Soon to be official, but right now we celebrate Big Producer. Congrats on winning race number 8. Tight photo for second. Waiting on that. So again, hold those tickets. We have an answer. We know the winner. We don't know the exacta try and super until now, and guess what? We've got a dead heat. Dead heat. So the exactas will pay 5-2 and 5-3. Trifecta will pay 5-2-3 and 5-3-2, and the super will pay 5-2-3-6 and 5-3-2-6. A rarity indeed. Off favorite, though, was the 2. So if you had that 4, you had the 2 in the pick 4 and pick 5. Prices soon to be here. Hopefully you're back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day. We start at 1 o'clock. Race 4, world's largest call to the post. You bring an instrument, you get in free. We're expecting a large contingency and hoping to make a big splash nationally for that call to the post, led by our regular bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert. Excellent night upstairs by our television crew, led by Jeff Madej and Angela Herman on camera. Nobody better than our producer, Johnny the Mouse Mickelson. With Harpo and the Meddler by his side, tremendous work tonight on Made in Minnesota night. And race 8 official and cashable, a bevy of exactas, tries, and supers. But Big Producer closes the show in style. Thank you for coming out to Canterbury Park. We're back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day. And remember, that casino on the main level, open all night long with food and beverage service, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, Pai Gow. We've got it all. We'll see you back tomorrow when we race at 1 o'clock. When you do leave, drive home safely. And they're off. The quintet comes off to a perfect beginning. Inside, it's got Ghosted, who's going to flash that early speed, joined by Double Echo. And Double Echo puts the head in front. Gun Show's not far behind. And tracking those coyly is Irish Dawn, the gray, who's 4 lengths off those leaders. Big Producer does his best running later in the race. He's got 7 to make up as these 3 ping-pong for the lead on the front end. And Double Echo, the People's Choice, is having to work hard for that lead as Gun Show and Leslie Mowing now put the blinkers in front and lead it by a neck. Got Ghosted, wanted no part of that duel and is 3 lengths behind the leaders. Big Producer is making a big move early into the far turn, but still has 7 to make up. And it's a long shot. Gun Show at 9-1, who takes the lead away from Double Echo. Double Echo's trying to re-rally and come back outside. Big Producer continues to be a menacing presence. And Irish Dawn is also trying to close in. Got Ghosted is going backwards as they bend around that turn and at the top of the Canterbury stretch with Gun Show the one to beat. Double Echo on the outside trying to pay the people, and here comes Big Producer. Final furlong they come. Gun Show outside Double Echo. Big Producer looking for a way through. Irish Dawn trying to slip down the inside. Double Echo, Big Producer inside Gun Show. Double Echo, Big Producer in time.